Each network user and host device must be identified with an account so that you can control their access to your organization's applications, data, and services. The processes that support this requirement are referred to as identity and access management. Within IAM, authentication technologies ensure that only valid subjects can operate an account. Authentication requires the account holder to submit credentials that should only be known or held by them in order to access the account. There are many authentication technologies, and it is imperative that you be able to implement and maintain these security controls, as well as ensuring that only valid users and devices connect to managed networks and devices. You must ensure that these subjects are authorized with only the necessary permissions and privileges to access and change resources. These tasks are complicated by the need to manage identities across on-premises networks, cloud services, and web and mobile apps. In this lesson, you will do the following: implement password-based and multi-factor authentication. Implement account policies and authorization solutions. Implement single sign-on and federated identity solutions. Authentication is performed when a supplicant or claimant presents credentials to an authentication server. The server compares what was presented to the copy of the credentials it has stored. If they match, the account is authenticated. Authentication design refers to selecting a technology that meets requirements for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Confidentiality, in terms of authentication, is critical, because if account credentials are leaked, threat actors can impersonate the account holder and act on the system with whatever rights they have. Integrity means that the authentication mechanism is reliable and not easy for threat actors to bypass or trick with counterfeit credentials. Availability means that the time taken to authenticate does not impede workflows and is easy enough for users to operate. There are many different technologies for defining credentials. These can be categorized as factors. The longest standing authentication factor is something you know or a knowledge factor. The typical knowledge factor is the login, composed of a username and a password. The username is typically not a secret, but the password must be known only to the account holder. A passphrase is a longer password composed of several words. This has the advantages of being more secure and easier to remember. A personal identification number is also something you know. Originally, PINs were associated with short 4- or 6-digit numeric sequences used with bank cards. In modern authentication designs, the main characteristic of a PIN is that it is valid for authenticating to a single device only. This type of PIN can use any characters and length. Users often adopt poor credential management practices that are hard to control, such as using the same password for corporate networks and consumer websites. This makes enterprise network security vulnerable to data breaches from these websites. This risk is mitigated by a password manager. The user selects a password manager app or service. Most operating systems and browsers implement password managers. Examples include Windows Credential Manager and Apple's iCloud Keychain. If using a third-party password manager, the user installs a plugin for their chosen browser. The user secures the password vault with a master password. The vault is likely to be stored in the cloud so that accounts can be accessed across multiple devices, but some password managers offer local storage only. When the user creates or updates an account, the password manager generates a random password. The parameters can be adjusted to meet whatever length and complexity policy is required by the site. The main risks from password managers are selection of a weak master password, compromise of the vendor's cloud storage or systems, and impersonation attacks designed to trick the manager into filling a password to a spoofed site. An authentication design that uses only passwords or a single knowledge factor is considered weak. Password secrets are too prone to compromise to be reliable. Other types of authentication factor can be used to supplement or replace password-based logins. A multi-factor authentication technology combines the use of more than one type of factor. Something you have is an ownership factor. It means that the account holder possesses something that no one else does, such as a smart card, key fob, or smartphone that can generate or receive a cryptographic token. Something you are refers to a biometric or inherence factor. A biometric factor uses either physiological identifiers, such as a fingerprint or facial scan, or behavioral identifiers, such as the way someone moves. The identifiers are scanned and recorded as a template. When the user authenticates, another scan is taken and compared to the template. Somewhere you are means the system applies a location-based factor to an authentication decision. Location-based authentication measures some statistics about where you are. This could be a geographic location measured using a device's location service or its Internet Protocol network address. A device's IP address could be used to refer to a logical network segment, or it could be linked to a geographic location using a geolocation service. Within a premises network, the physical port location, virtual LAN, or Wi-Fi network can also be made the basis of location-based authentication. Biometric authentication can be challenging to implement. The efficacy rate of biometric pattern acquisition and matching and suitability as an authentication mechanism can be evaluated using the following metrics and factors. False rejection rate is where a legitimate user is not recognized. This is also referred to as a type 1 error or false non-match rate. FRR is measured as a percentage. False acceptance rate is where an interloper is accepted. FAR is measured as a percentage. False rejection causes inconvenience to users, but false acceptance can lead to security breaches, and so is usually considered the most important metric. An ownership factor means that the user possesses some type of device that only they can operate. This is referred to as an authenticator. The authenticator is able to generate or receive a token that identifies and authenticates the user. There are three main types of token generation. Certificate-based authentication is when the supplicant controls a private key that can generate a unique signed token. The identity provider can verify the signature via the public key. The main drawback of this approach is the administrative burden of implementing PKI to issue digital certificates. One-time password is when a token is generated using some sort of hash function on a shared secret value plus a synchronization seed, such as a timestamp. The token can only be used once. A new token is generated for each authentication decision. This approach still uses a key pair and hashing for security, but it does not require PKI. Fast Identity Online Universal Second Factor uses a public-private key pair to register each account, avoiding the need to communicate a shared secret, which is a weakness of HOTP and TOTP. The private key is locked to the U2F device and signs the token. The public key is registered with the authentication server and verifies the token. As no digital certificates are involved, the solution does not rely on PKI. A hard authentication token is generated within a secure crypto processor. The authentication design means that there is no transmission of the token itself. Several device-based authenticators can be used to implement hard tokens. Smart cards implement certificate-based authentication. The smart card stores the user's digital certificate, the private key associated with the certificate, and a personal identification number used to activate the card. The card must be presented to a reader. There are physical contact and contactless near-field communication card types. One-time password refers to a crypto processor that can generate a token. This type of hardware token does not need an interface to connect with a computer. The user just reads the code displayed. Security key refers to a portable hardware security module with a computer interface, such as USB or NFC. A security key must be activated to show presence. Some keys just have an activation button, but most use a biometric fingerprint reader for better security. A PIN must also be configured as a backup mechanism. A soft authentication token is a one-time password generated by the identity provider and transmitted to the supplicant. The OTP could be sent to a registered phone number as in text message or sent to an email account. This method is more likely to use counter-based tokens, though they will still have an expiry period. Soft tokens sent via SMS or email do not really count as an ownership factor. These systems can be described as two-step verification rather than MFA. The tokens are highly vulnerable to interception. A more secure soft OTP token can be generated using an authenticator app. This is software installed on a computer or smartphone. The user must register each identity provider with the app, typically using a scannable quick response code to communicate the shared secret. When prompted to authenticate, the user must unlock the authenticator app with their device credential to view the OTP token. There is less risk of interception than with an SMS or email message, but as it runs on a shared use device, there is the possibility that malware could compromise the app. A user account that has been authenticated can be allocated rights and permissions on networks, computers, and data. An access control model describes the principles that govern how users receive rights. Discretionary access control is based on the primacy of the resource owner. In a DAC model, every resource has an owner. The owner creates a file or service, although ownership can be assigned to another user. The owner has full control over the resource, and they can modify its access control list to grant rights to others. DAC is the most flexible model and is currently implemented widely in computer and network security. In file system security, it is the model used by default for most Unix, Linux distributions, and Microsoft Windows. As the most flexible model, it is also the weakest because it makes centralized administration of security policies the most difficult to enforce. It is also the easiest to compromise, as it is vulnerable to insider threats and abuse of compromised accounts. The DAC model exposes information to the threat of compromise via the privileged owner accounts. Mandatory access control is based on security clearance levels. Rather than defining ACLs on resources, each object is given a classification label and each subject is granted a clearance level. In a confidentiality-oriented multilevel system, subjects are permitted to read objects classified at their own clearance level or below. For example, a user with top secret clearance could read data with top secret, secret, and confidential classification labels. A user with secret clearance could access secret and confidential levels only. Labeling objects and granting clearance takes place using pre-established rules. The critical point is that these rules are non-discretionary and cannot be changed by any subject account. Role and attribute-based access control use non-discretionary, rules-based permissions assignments with more flexibility than MAC. Role-based access control means that an organization defines its permission requirements in terms of the tasks that an employee or service must be able to perform. Each set of permissions is a role. Each principal is allocated to one or more roles. Under this system, the right to modify the permissions assigned to each role is reserved to a system owner. Therefore, the system is non-discretionary as each principal cannot modify the ACL of a resource, even though they can change the resource in other ways. Principals gain rights implicitly rather than explicitly. The concept of a security group account goes some way toward turning a discretionary system into a role-based one. Rather than assigning rights directly to user accounts, the system owner assigns user accounts to security group accounts. Principals gain rights by being made a member of a security group. A principal can be a member of multiple groups and can therefore receive rights and permissions from several sources. Rule-based access control refers to any sort of access control model where access control policies are determined by system-enforced rules rather than by system users. As such, role-based, attribute-based access control, and MAC are all examples of rule-based access control. Conditional access is an example of rule-based access control. A conditional access system monitors account or device behavior throughout a session. If certain conditions are met, it may suspend the account or may require the user to re-authenticate, perhaps using a two-step verification method. The user account control and pseudo restrictions on privileged accounts are examples of conditional access. The user is prompted for confirmation or authentication when making requests that require elevated privileges. Role-based rights management and attribute-based access control systems can apply a number of criteria to conditional access, including location-based policies. Least privilege means that a principal is granted the minimum possible sufficient rights to complete a task that they are authorized to perform. This mitigates risk if an account should be compromised and fall under the control of a threat actor. Least privilege involves a design phase, where analysis of business workflows determines what roles and permissions are required. While least privilege is a strong design principle, implementing it successfully can be challenging. Where many users, groups, roles, and resources are involved, managing permission assignments and implications is complex and time-consuming. Improperly configured accounts can have two different impacts. On the one hand, setting privileges that are too restrictive creates a large volume of support calls and reduces productivity. On the other hand, granting too many privileges to users weakens the system's security and increases the risk of malware infection and a data breach. Provisioning is the process of setting up a service according to a standard procedure or best practice checklist. The IT department must keep track of all assets under management, and user accounts are a type of asset. User accounts are provisioned for new employees and for temporary access, such as by consultants and contractors. Some businesses may also need to set up customer accounts. Deprovisioning is the process of removing the access rights and permissions allocated to an employee when they leave the company or from a contractor when a project finishes. This involves removing the account from any roles or security groups. The account might be disabled for a period and then deleted or deleted immediately. A user account is defined by a unique security identifier, a name, and a credential. Each account is associated with a profile. The profile can be defined with custom identity attributes describing the user, such as a full name, email address, contact number, department. The profile may support media such as an account picture. As well as attributes, the profile will usually provide a location for storing user-generated data files. The profile can also store per-account settings for software applications. Each account can be assigned permissions over files and other network resources and access policies or privileges over the use and configuration of network hosts. These permissions might be assigned directly to the account or inherited through membership in a security group or role. Access policies determine things like the right to log onto a computer locally or via a remote desktop, install software, change the network configuration. On a Windows Active Directory, network access policies can be configured via group policy objects. GPOs can be used to configure access rights for users, groups, and role accounts. GPOs can be linked to network administrative boundaries and Active Directory, such as sites, domains, and organizational units. Policy-based restrictions can be used to mitigate some risks of account compromise through the theft of credentials. A user or device can have a logical network location, identified by an IP address, subnet, virtual LAN, or organizational unit. This can be used as an account restriction mechanism. For example, a user account may be prevented from logging on locally to servers within a restricted OU. The geographical location of a user or device can be calculated using a geolocation mechanism. IP address can be associated with a map location to varying degrees of accuracy based on information published by the registrant, including name, country, region, and city. The registrant is usually the Internet service provider, so the information you receive will provide an approximate location of a host based on the ISP. If the ISP is one that serves a large or diverse geographical area, it is more difficult to pinpoint the location of the host Internet service providers. Software libraries, such as GeoIP, facilitate querying this data. Location services are methods used by the OS to calculate the device's geographical position. A device with a global positioning system sensor can report a highly accurate location when outdoors. Location services can also triangulate to cell towers, Wi-Fi hotspots, and Bluetooth signals where GPS is not supported. There are four main types of time-based policies. A time-of-day restrictions policy establishes authorized login hours for an account. A duration-based login policy establishes the maximum amount of time an account may be logged in for. An impossible travel time, also known as a risky login policy, tracks the location of login events over time. If these do not meet a threshold, the account will be disabled. For example, a user logs into an account from a device in New York City. A couple of hours later, a login attempt is made from Los Angeles, but is refused and an alert is raised because it is not feasible for the user to be in both locations. Standard users have limited privileges, typically with access to run programs and to create and modify files belonging only to their profile. A privileged account is one that can make significant configuration changes to a host, such as installing software or disabling a firewall or other security system. Privileged accounts also have the right to manage network appliances, application servers, and databases. Privileged access management refers to policies, procedures, and technical controls to prevent compromise of privileged accounts. These controls identify and document privileged accounts, giving visibility into their use, and managing the credentials used to access them. One of the most important features of an operating system is the authentication provider, which is the software architecture and code that underpins the mechanism by which the user is authenticated before starting a shell. Knowledge-based authentication relies on cryptographic hashes. A plaintext password is not usually transmitted or stored in a credential database because of the risk of compromise. Instead, the password is stored as a cryptographic hash. When a user enters a password to log in, an authenticator converts what is typed into a hash and transmits that to an authority. The authority compares the submitted hash to the one in the database and authenticates the subject only if they match. Windows authentication involves a complex architecture of components, but the following three scenarios are typical. Windows Local Sign-In is the local security authority subsystem service that compares the submitted credential to a hash stored in the Security Accounts Manager database, which is part of the registry. This is also referred to as interactive logon. Windows Network Sign-In can pass the credentials for authentication to an Active Directory domain controller. The preferred system for network authentication is based on Kerberos, but legacy network applications might use NT-LAN Manager authentication. Remote sign-in is used if the user's device is not directly connected to the local network. Authentication can take place over a virtual private network, enterprise Wi-Fi, or web portal. These use protocols to create a secure connection between the client machine, the remote access device, and the authentication server. In Linux, local user account names are stored in /etc/password. When a user logs into a local interactive shell, the password is checked against a hash stored in etc. shadow. Interactive login over a network is typically accomplished using Secure Shell. With SSH, the user can be authenticated using cryptographic keys instead of a password. A directory service stores information about users, computers, security groups, roles, and services. Each object in the directory has a number of attributes. The directory schema describes the types of attributes, what information they contain, and whether they are required or optional. In order for products from different vendors to be interoperable, most directory services are based on the lightweight Directory Access Protocol, which was developed from a standard called X.500. Within an X.500-like directory, a distinguished name is a collection of attributes that define a unique identifier for any given resource. A distinguished name is made up of attribute value pairs, separated by commas. The most specific attribute is listed first, and successive attributes become progressively broader. This most specific attribute is the relative distinguished name, as it uniquely identifies the object within the context of successive attribute values. A single sign-on system allows the user to authenticate in one system and receive authorizations on integrated application servers without having to enter credentials again. Kerberos is a single sign-on network authentication and authorization protocol used on many networks, notably as implemented by Microsoft's Active Directory service. Kerberos was named after the three-headed guard dog of Hades because it consists of three parts. Clients request services from application servers, which both rely on an intermediary, a key distribution center, to vouch for their identity. There are two services that make up a KDC, the authentication service and the ticket granting service. Kerberos can authenticate human users and application services. These are collectively referred to as principals. Using authentication to a Windows domain as an example, the first step in Kerberos SSO is to authenticate with a KDC server implemented as a domain controller. Federation is the notion that a network needs to be accessible to more than just a well-defined group of employees. In business, a company might need to make parts of its network open to partners, suppliers, and customers. The company can manage its employee accounts easily enough. Managing accounts for each supplier or customer internally may be more difficult. Federation means that the company trusts accounts created and managed by a different network. As another example, in the consumer world, a user might want to use both Google Workspace and Twitter. If Google and Twitter establish a federated network for the purpose of authentication and authorization, then the user can log on to Twitter using their Google credentials or vice versa. An on-premises network can use technologies such as LDAP and Kerberos, very often implemented as a Windows Active Directory network, because the administration of accounts and devices can be centralized. When implementing federation, authentication and authorization design comes with more constraints and additional requirements to ensure interoperability between different platforms. Web applications might not support Kerberos, while third-party networks might not support direct federation with Active Directory or LDAP. The design for these cloud networks likely requires the use of other standard protocols or frameworks for interoperability between web applications. OAuth is designed to facilitate sharing of information within a user profile between sites. The user creates a password-protected account at an identity provider. The user can link that identity to an OAuth consumer site without giving the password to the consumer site. A user can grant an OAuth client authorization to access some part of their account. A client in this context is an app or consumer site. The user account is hosted by one or more resource servers. A resource server is called an API server because it hosts the functions that allow OAuth clients to access user attributes. An authorization server processes authorization requests. A single authorization server can manage multiple resource servers equally. The resource and authorization server could be the same server instance. The client app or service must be registered with the authorization server. As part of this process, the client registers a redirect URL, which is the endpoint that will process authorization tokens. Registration also provides the client with an ID and a secret. The ID can be publicly exposed, but the secret must be kept confidential between the client and the authorization server. When the client application requests authorization, the user approves the authorization server to grant the request using an appropriate method. OAuth supports several grant types, or flows, for use in different contexts, such as server-to-server or mobile app-to-server. Depending on the flow type, the client will end up with an access token validated by the authorization server. The client presents the access token to the resource server, which then accepts the request for the resource if the token is valid.
Risk management and disaster recovery concepts, lesson 14. So let's go ahead and get started with the risk management process. This is pretty much knowing the processes and what makes the business run. So anything that is mission critical or business critical, you need to be aware of that and be able to know what functions are there to make your business run every day. What makes the business have money revenue coming in, and what you want to do is you you identify those functions, and then you identify the vulnerabilities that could come against those functions. Identify the threats as well, and what's the business impact if these things are carried out and you lose certain functions to those business critical assets. So the risk management process of this is just kind of getting an overview of what is the vital points of the business and how do we protect those type of things. So once you figure out what's critical to the business, what functions can you not live without for a certain amount of time before the company actually is in a disaster recovery type of mode. Um, You need to go into the mission essential functions, and that's the knowing the maximum tolerable downtime, the recovery objective time, and then the recovery point objective. So the maximum tolerable downtime is the maximum amount of time that you can go without this function before it becomes um, a critical asset and the company is about to go under if you don't get it back online. So if your whole business is dedicated off one or two servers and those servers are down, and then whenever people go to your website they can't get to it, then you need to know the maximum time that you can actually be down before it starts to affect the bottom line, the actual profit that's coming into the business. The recovery time objective is a period that a disaster or that an individual system can remain offline. Um, and the recovery point objective is the amount of data that can be sustained until you need to actually recover that data. So you want to kind of point that recovery data point back to the time where you actually went offline. So now that you're aware of what the company has that's critical to functioning every day, we need to make sure we keep an eye on the key performance indicators. That mean time between failures and mean time to repair is very important to know. It's a actual algorithm that goes into determining how much time can a certain server or a switch can be down, and how much time can we actually lose by having it out of play. But these are things that you definitely want to, when you see those abbreviations, because on the exam they're not gonna spell these out for you. They're actually just gonna use the abbreviations here. Just know which ones are till failure, and then the mean time between the failures, and then the actual mean time to actually it breaking and then having it repaired with mean time to repair. Now, going into risk assessment and business analysis, this is where you break down the actual risk and how do you actually calculate it. And you want to make sure that you understand likelihood. What is that likelihood of the vulnerability actually happening to us? Do we actually have the threats to make us vulnerable and create that type of risk? And then what's the impact if it does happen to us? Are we losing out? Will we lose customers? Will our name be tarnished? Um, will we lose revenue? Will we be able to recover from this? And that's the impact of a vulnerability or actually accepting a risk. And then you have the business impact analysis, which is the process of assessing the losses that may occur in each scenario. So on page 586, we're going to talk about the two methods that are used to assess the likelihood and risk, which is quantitative and qualitative. The easiest way that I remember how to tell these two apart is quantitative will deal with more numbers, factors involved. So, the price of something, the amount that it's actually going to cost, where qualitative is more of a qualitative assessment. So, in quantitative, we're talking about the single loss expectancy. If we have a router that goes down, what's the single loss of that it cost us? How much was that router worth? And then that's normally added up to be your single loss expectancy. But then, if you don't replace that router, or if a server goes down and you're not able to have that back up, what is the annual loss expectancy over a time period, over a years, um, factored into that loss of that system? Then, like I alluded to before, qualitative is more of a qualitative type of approach to the risk factors. So they seek out to see what's people opinions of the risk factors. This is where you can kind of reach out to those those people who've been with the business the longest, see how they would actually gauge the risk, and then make your assumptions off of that. So now that you have your business analysis in place, and you know what is critical to the business, and then you know your likelihood and your risk that stands between you and the vulnerabilities, then you need to have a risk response, and those risk response could differ um, to any types of different ways. So I'm gonna go through the ways I have them listed out here. You got risk mitigation, risk deterrent, avoidance, transference, or acceptance. So starting back off with risk mitigation, this is where you can you see the risk, and we're gonna put some kind of tool in place to mitigate the actual impact of the risk. So think about your antivirus, where we can't stop all the viruses that are out there, but we can put this tool in place to lessen the blow if we were to be attacked by a virus. Um, Risk deterrence is kind of like a block, or a to actually deter someone from actually attacking. So a simple way of thinking that about that is just kind of like having a fence around your building, but then having barbed wire around the fence at the top. So it lets you know that, hey, you can still come in over the fence, that's fine, but you're gonna have a tough time climbing over the barbed wire that's at the top. Then you have avoidance, where this is kind of like where we see the risk and the risk is too high, so we're gonna avoid moving in that direction altogether. If the risk is too high, and the only way we thought about going into that direction of let's say this new business venture, but if it's too high, then we might want to avoid that venture altogether, and therefore avoiding the risk. And then you have risk transfer. So risk transfer is kind of like accepting the risk, but if any damage is done, you can fall back on another company. So think about it as in insurance. So you have technical insurance, where um, if any kind of damage comes to you, or not to you, but to your equipment, then you can fall back onto an insurance company to replace the equipment. Now, it won't necessarily replace the data that you may have lost on your equipment, but they will be able, if you got a flood, then the risk was the flood, it flooded your data center, you can fall back on the insurance company to pay back for that new data center that you're going to get. And then you have acceptance, and that's pretty much cut and dry. You know that the risk exists, and you know that you're willing to accept the risk, and that's also kind of going into your risk appetite. So your risk appetite will gauge how much you're willing to accept. Okay. So registers and change management. A risk register is a document showing the results of the risk assessment. Um, Going on to change management. Change management is a process that we use. I know that we use in our business to actually make changes to configurations, servers, any type of um, any type of major change to the system, to the network. You want to have a change management ticket put in. But it is a overall system for everyone to know that, hey, um, this server may be offline for a certain amount of time. These agents may be offline for a certain amount of time. So it causes you to be proactive rather than reactive. Whenever you're becoming reactive to a problem, then you're reacting to an issue, which kind of puts you behind a little bit, because you have to play catch up of why did it have this problem, instead of being proactive, where um, if we plan to do, let's say, an upgrade, then we can see if that upgrade is going to bring on problems. And a change management system can put in a good stipular to um, letting everybody know what's going on with the changes going on within the network. Um, you need to know about the request for change. This is kind of like a formal way of asking or to submit a change to the network or to a system. So keep that in mind. And these change management normally has kind of like a change advisory board. So that'll be your higher ups, your C level. Well, I wouldn't say C-level, but I would say higher ups, your managers of different departments to know what changes are happening. Because what happens in one department, another department may say, oh, okay, well, if you make that change, then that's going to affect what we are doing over here. And sometimes it just gives you a better overview, a better scope of what's going on in the network. So on page 593, we started to go into resiliency and automation strategies. So this is kind of stepping into the disaster recovery a little bit, but it's more on staying up to par, making sure that we can have, our business, our critical business functions always running at an available rate. Going back to the CIA, always having that availability there. So it started off talking about continuity operation plans, also known as a business continuity plan. So this is just basically a plan that shows these are our critical functions for our business. This is what makes us run. These are the scenarios that we think could hinder us the most. These are the plans and the actions we need to put in place in order to keep these things um, small as possible to not happen. So that business continuity plan is very important on having a day-to-day activities go on without any hindrance. Um, Going into high availability, that's kind of like when we were talking about server clustering and having load balancers going from one server to the next, having that, if you can't get to this server, if you can't get to this functionality, you always have this functionality. You can always have to go to this server and have that same functionality over there. So having that high availability is key. Fault tolerance is still going off of that high availability concept where fault tolerance and redundancy, what they do is you want to have an outlook of what could happen and then plan for it and actually have you know um, safety nets in place just in case servers go down, um, power outages go out, um, and in case of power outages, you have things like ups. A They're pretty much ups is something that you could put on your computer, servers, printers. Uh, they're pretty much these big black boxes that sit under the desk. And what instead of you plugging your computer into the wall, you plug it into the ups. The ups then goes into the wall, and what it does is just basically has a battery within that black box. And whenever power is cut to that building, then that ups automatically switches on, and it keeps up the system until power is able to be restored. Um, a lot of times, it is created to last several hours before dying out. So it's always good to have these things on just in case you have power outages or power surges to actually cut that power. Um, um, that section also talked about redundant components and network cards and drives and cooling fans on your servers. You have different drives that you want to have, multiple drives on them. And just in case any one of those goes bad, then you could pull one out and still run off the other five, let's say, and then, replace the one that's bad and then keep it moving in that regards. Also with cooling fans, you have one or two cooling fans on it to where, if one has a problem, then you're able to fall back to the next, and that gives you time to replace the one that's having the malfunction. So elasticity and scalability. Um, Scalability is just taking those servers. Like I think I referenced this in the cloud section, where you can scale out or you can scale up. So in order to have a scalability, you either scale out to have more people join more in a cloud setting. So you scale out, you add more servers and more servers and more servers, and you add this way. Whereas scaling up will be adding more RAM, more hard drive space, um, which is good too, but you constantly have to add based off of the traffic that you have. So scalability is just being able to have the resources for everyone to actually come and get. Now elasticity, remember, is just kind of like a on demand real time. um, you know you ask for more uh, hard drive space, it is instantly given to you. There's no turning off a server, opening the casing, and then adding a new hard drive, or if you wanted RAM, there's no breaking down the server and actually adding more RAM. So that elasticity is kind of almost real time, especially in the cloud settings. So staying in the topic of redundancy, we want to talk about drive arrays. Um, in particular RAID. RAID is a system to where we have multiple disks all writing data, but if one disk is able to be removed or fail, then the data is not lost. Is still being recorded in a type of way. However, they have the redundancy and the fault tolerancy set up. So it's important to know each level and how they differ from each other, and then how many disks are required for each level. So we talked about load balancing on a application and a server standpoint, but we also want load balancing when it comes to the network. We also want different ways if our network goes down, or if our ISP, our internet service provider, has an outage for that day. We don't want to be kind of just waiting for them to come back up with a connection. We want to have different types of fault tolerance for that. So I knew in one of the banks that I worked for, they had a whole different ISP for the internet connection. So if company A was to ever go down, they could switch over real quick and have company B be a backup. Now the internet speed was much slower with them, but it was a connection to where yeah, again, you didn't have to go into being down or having that downtime and losing business that way. So just keep in mind that not only do we want load balancing in our applications, we want load balancing on our networks as well. So when talking about non-persistent, I want you guys to remember non-persistent and VDIs, um, virtual desktop interfaces. I want you to associate those two. Um, they're more likely going to be asking questions that have to do with some type of virtualization and how can we go back to a known good state, or how can we just not lose any data, just kind of wipe the slate clean. And that's non-persistent. Non-persistent is just you know we're working on something on an application, or we're working on an OS, but we don't need data to be saved to the next day or the next week. It can be easily discarded and then start anew at a known good factor baseline. So going back to what we said with the a hardening configuration, is that when you set that baseline for a hardening standards, then for a VM, that you can set your VDI up to have that baseline of all the standards. And then when you don't need that VM anymore, you can just kind of reset it back to that known good configuration at the beginning. So going into recovery sites is we're pretty much dead into disaster recovery. So this is going to be your alternate data center, or your alternate work site, or some type of site to where you can set it up to keep continuity going if you need to implement a disaster recovery plan. So um, three things to remember when it comes to recovery sites: you want a hot site, a cold site, and a warm site. So with a hot site, this is a one for one trade off. This site is set up to be similar to your everyday workspace. It has all the servers in place. It has all the data links. All your network configurations have been set up. Only thing it needs is to be switched over, quote unquote, switched over, and then turned on to be live. So it's a one-for-one swap. Um, a lot of big companies have these hot sites. Um, so you're looking for, that 99.9% of availability. You're probably going to have a hot site somewhere set up just in case a disaster comes and you have to switch over real quick. So now a cold site is just the total opposite of that. A cold site may be just a building with internet connection, but it's nothing there to have the connection for your actual business to run and to be functional. So you're looking, if you have to implement a disaster recovery plan, you're probably looking for, you know, 3 to 5 days of being out of service, and then set up that cold site in order to be a functioning site. And then, of course, if we said those two polar opposites, then a warm site has to be right there in the middle. It has some things, so it has some things that are critical, but it doesn't have all the nuances to make working enjoyable, I guess, or convenient. So it would have your major, let's say your major functions for the business to run, but it won't have Microsoft Outlook waiting for anybody to just come in and check their email. Where on a hot site could be an alternate place for somebody to actually go and work, and you would never know that they were at the alternate site. But a warm site may have an email server, the physical server ready and racked and have the connections, but it's not configured. It's not actually pulling down the real time data from the prod side or the production side into it to actually have that if it's ready to go, then it's ready to go. It's normally a day or two out of reach. So you need to take like a day or two just to kind of set the configurations up, and then you'll have a completely alternate data center. Now, in conjunction to the hot, cold, and warm sites, we want to go over the where do we want to put these at in geographical areas. So, where in the world, or where in the states, or what country do we want to have our data center located at? Kind of, sidetracking a little bit. This is why the cloud is such a good um, commodity. It's the cloud is everywhere. The cloud could be um, in Japan as well as in Brazil. It could be in Iowa. It could be in North Carolina. Um, and when I say the cloud, I mean data centers that host your data, and host your application, host your things that you need to have a everyday working ability. So a lot of companies right now are kind of considering the cloud to be their alternate data center, rather than buying a whole building and then setting that building up to be a hot site, a warm site, or a cold site. So but to go back to this slide, we're talking about the location selection. So you want for you want your physical building that's going to be an alternate data center to not be in the same location or the same vicinity as your regular data center. It defeats the purpose. I don't know. I think we alluded it to a couple of weeks ago, where we said if a hurricane comes and it hits the whole east coast of South Carolina, and your data center is in the same city as your actual data center, then you defeated the purpose of having a backup. Both buildings could be out of power, could be flooded, or have damage to it, and then you defeated the purpose of actually setting up a site and having connections roll over to that alternate site. So you want to kind of keep it a state apart if you're going to stay in the United States, or you want to put it on the West Coast, or you want to put it up north if you're down south, or vice versa. And you just want to keep those miles away, because while it may be an ice storm in New York, it may be nice and sunny down in Miami, and that's where your alternate data center is. And therefore, while we can't connect, let's say through New York, we can bypass and make sure that we make connections to Miami and then get our data out that way. But again, going back to the cloud, that's why the cloud is such a way to go, is because it is not limited by that. And then it's immediate, it's pay as you go, is everything that you want in a data center, but it doesn't have any kind of limitations on it as far as physicality being. So that's in a nutshell location selection. But then you want, how far is too far? When you talking about having it in, let's say you got your data center here in Colombia, and then you have your alternate data center in Ireland, and Ireland is a whole day ahead of you. And does it make sense for you to transfer data that you made today to a data center that's ahead of you 12 hours? So just keep those things in mind. Replication factors of actually how much traffic is too much traffic to send across the network. Do you have enough networking infrastructure in order to hold that type of data across, in order to supply your alternate data center with the data, so if you ever need to recall it or you ever need to use it at that point in time, that you'll have everything that's up to date and you're not 2 weeks out. Now, in the last slide, you heard me say retention or replication. I'm sorry. Replication is backing up data. And we want to talk here about backing up that data, but more importantly, the retention of the data. How long do you want to keep the files that you're getting? Um, on the Security Plus exam, you're going to see 9 times out of 10, you're going to see questions that are geared towards how long you keep information, more so than how short you keep the information. Now, it's important to know both of them and to know how long you need to actually hold on to things, but um, you can get in trouble for getting rid of information too quickly, but is more prevalent when you are supposed to be knowledgeable, that you're supposed to hold on to it for so many years after you obtain it. And so just keep that in mind when it comes to retention. And the retention policy is knowing how long do you need to keep this information, this data that you're creating every day, or that you get in from other sources. How long are you supposed to keep that? um, Also, is it supposed to be in a certain area? Can it not leave the United States? Do you have customers in China that cannot share that information, but they have with you, and now you have their information here in the United States? All those things fall under the retention policy, and just know the important part about it is just, how long and how short can we hold on to data. So backup types on page 604. I want you guys to take a look at this table, learn the types of backups that we have in the industry. And learn if one of these types are ran, what information is left behind, and then when is it important to run the next backup in the same week. Um, Once you start to go through this table, you'll understand what I just said more thoroughly. Um, you will get, I will guarantee you will see this on the exam. So please go through, learn each type, and then what is left over after each one is ran. All right. So snapshots in this shadow copy service. Whenever you see these two things, just know that this is kind of like a freezing time on data, and that it could be used to go back to, kind of like when I was saying about the VMs and having that known good state. Snapshots are kind of that, but it's not necessarily a known good state. It's just a state in time where a snapshot, a capture was taken of the settings, the configurations, and we can roll back to that. Just keep that in mind whenever you see snapshots or volume shadow copy services. So going into disaster recovery exercises, so you're mainly to have two uh, disaster recovery exercises. Either you have a tabletop or a field scale exercise. So a lot of companies that I've been with, we have tabletop exercises where we will act out if as if everyone is in a disaster, whether it was man-made disaster, some type of DOS attack is going on against the company, and we have to be forced into a disaster recovery, or if it's an act of God, a tornado hit the building, or a flood happened, or you get snowed out and then icicles cause a power outage. So we would go into these scenarios, and then everyone will sit and give their impressions on what they need to do in order to, one, keep the business running, two, in order to do their job for the day. And those talking out those strategies is a good way of having to see where you need to bolster your continuity plan and what tools you may need in place just in case the worst happens. Now, on the other hand, with a full scale exercise, you're actually acting out. So I had one company, um, we actually cut the power to our production network. So now everything had to fall over to the secondary company, and then we had to make sure that the configurations were correct in order to carry on with business just that day. But it's a full size exercise. It's a full scale exercise that we're actually practicing, hands on. Everybody's making sure that we can clear checks, that we can still take customers at on a normal business day. So that's a good way of acting out a disaster recovery plan as well. Um, After each one, though, we have a after action report. So it's a basic report of saying what have we learned, what could we do better, um, what can we implement here that caused us this pain point here. So if we have pain points, if we have any kind of hiccups or roadblocks, then that after action report can be there to give us more guidance for the next time we have this exercise, or if we need to actually implement. So moving on to page 611, we're starting to talk about forensics and gathering evidence for the court of law. It first starts off talking about forensics and how it's the practice of collecting evidence from the computer. And this is true within the informational security realm. They also went over due process and legal hold, but with legal hold and e-discovery, it's important to know that uh, the data that is subject for uh, court usage, it needs to be held um, on a certain drive or whatever they deem to be the drive to have that data on, and then it needs to be in a such format that it can be used in a trial. Um, Anything other than that can have that evidence thrown out. So if you are ever put in a position to collect data for evidence for a court case, it's important to know the order of volatility. And this means that, as we do work on our machines, computer is constantly taking information and then store it in kind of a memory set and just keeping a backup, a short backup of it. And, if were to be cut from it, um, you can definitely get that information back, but you need to go in a certain order to know where it goes at. So this order here um, will show from top to bottom which is going to delete let's say the data first, I want to say cache, but um, cache is something, of its own. So I want to say it has the memory of it. It loses the memory first from the CPU and registers in the cache memory, and then it goes on to the routing table, uh, the ARP cache, and kernel statistics. All of those are next. They don't hold them as long, and I'm all talking about if the power is cut from the machine. Then you want to check your RAM to see if your information is there. Um, then going on to temporary file systems. Now, once you get into the temporary files in the disk, you know the RAM or the memory there stays longer, so it's able to store itself there and take a power outage and able to show you that same amount of data the next time it's actually booted up. So going from top to bottom, you want to make sure that you check the top ones first, and if all in all cases, in certain scenarios, if you don't have to cut the power to it, don't cut the power to it. Make sure that you get the evidence that you need from the top, and then you can work your way down to the bottom. Going again with the time offset. So remember that all of these systems are still running off a synchronized timeline. And if you're ever doing some type of forensics and we're looking for things, when were they done and how were they done, then 9 times out of 10 we need to go and check our network logs, and to see if they're there, because a lot of hackers, what they a known tactic to do is to take away those logs and delete them and kind of erase that from the memory of the machine. And just you want to make sure that we are always on time with every other system. So the last thing we got is the system image capture. And the main thing what you want to know about this is that we're going to take something called a write blocker, and we're going to hook it up to our hard drive. So let me stop there. Let me kind of rewind back. So let's say if they come to you and they say, hey, we caught so and so doing um, transferring money that they shouldn't have transferred, but we can't prove for real that it happened. So we need for you to go and look at the logs, look at data transfers to make sure that this happened. And so what you want to do, instead of taking the actual machine or his laptop or her laptop or whatever, and going into it and then taking your mouse and moving files over, what you want to do is you want to set that off to the side, and you want to get what you call a write blocker. Hook your write blocker up to that laptop or that hard drive that's in that computer, and then you want to take a system image capture of that actual hard drive. And what that does is it creates a bit for bit um, image of what the actual machine is. So you can have a copy sitting on your own machine, and then you can go through and look at the different files that were open, websites that they browse, and you can do that without interrupting that that original system. Because what'll happen is that if it goes into the court of law and they can prove that you opened something by mistake, looking for something or looking for that forensics or doing forensics on the machine, then they can end up throwing that whole machine out because it's been tampered with. So that's why we use system captures, and that's why we use write blockers to avoid that. So just keep that in mind when it comes to running forensics. You want to actually get a image capture, and you want to get what is called a write blocker, so it prevents you from writing anything over to that machine.
The Protect Cybersecurity function aims to build secure IT processing systems that exhibit the attributes of confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Many of these systems depend wholly or in part on cryptography. As an information security professional, you must understand the concepts underpinning cryptographic algorithms and their implementation in secure protocols and services. A strong technical understanding of the subject will enable you to explain the importance of cryptographic systems and to select appropriate technologies to meet a given security goal. In this lesson, you will do the following: Compare and contrast cryptographic algorithms. Explain the importance of public key infrastructure and digital certificates. Explain the importance of using appropriate cryptographic solutions for encryption and key. Cryptography, which literally means secret writing, is the art of making information secure by encoding it. This is the opposite of security through obscurity. Security through obscurity means keeping something a secret by hiding it. This is considered impossible on a computer system. With cryptography, it does not matter if third parties know of the existence and location of the secret, because they can never understand what it is without the means to decode it. The following terminology is used to discuss cryptography. Plaintext is an unencrypted message. Ciphertext is an encrypted message. Algorithm is the process used to encrypt and decrypt a message. Cryptanalysis is the art of cracking cryptographic systems. In discussing cryptography and attacks against encryption systems, it is customary to use a cast of characters to describe different actors involved in the process of an attack. The main characters are as follows: Alice, the sender of a genuine message. Bob, the intended recipient of the message. Mallory, a malicious attacker attempting to subvert the message in some way. There are three main types of cryptographic algorithms with different roles to play in the assurance of the security properties: confidentiality, integrity, availability, and non-repudiation. These types are hashing algorithms and two types of encryption ciphers, symmetric and asymmetric. An encryption algorithm or cipher is a type of cryptographic process that encodes data so that it can be stored or transmitted securely and then decrypted only by its owner or its intended recipient. Using a key with the encryption cipher ensures that decryption can only be performed by an authorized person. To understand how an algorithm works, it is helpful to consider simple substitution and transposition algorithms. A substitution cipher involves replacing characters or blocks in the plaintext with different ciphertext. Simple substitution ciphers rotate or scramble letters of the alphabet. Symmetric encryption cannot be used for authentication or integrity. Alice and Bob are able to create exactly the same secrets because they both know the same key. Alice and Bob meet to agree which cipher to use and a secret key value. They both record the value of the secret key, making sure that no one else can discover it. Alice encrypts a file using the cipher and key. Alice sends only the ciphertext to Bob over the network. Bob receives the ciphertext and is able to decrypt it by applying the same cipher with his copy of the secret key. Symmetric encryption is very fast. It is used for bulk encryption of large amounts of data. The main problem is how Alice and Bob meet to agree upon or exchange the key. If Mallory intercepts the key and obtains the ciphertext, the security is broken. Encryption algorithms use a key to increase the security of the process. The key is important because it means that even if the cipher method is known, a message still cannot be decrypted without knowledge of the specific key. Modern ciphers use large key spaces where there are trillions of possible key values. This makes the key difficult to discover via brute force cryptanalysis. Brute force cryptanalysis means attempting decryption of the ciphertext with every possible key value and reading the result to determine if it is still gibberish or plaintext. Keys for modern symmetric ciphers use a pseudo-randomly generated number of bits. The number of bits is the key length. For example, the most commonly used symmetric cipher is the Advanced Encryption Standard. This can be used with two key lengths. AES 128 uses a 128-bit key length. A bit can have one of two values, 0 or 1, so the number of possible key values is 2 multiplied by itself a number of times equivalent to the key length. This is written as 228, where 2 is the base and 128 is the exponent. AES 256 has a key space of 256. This key space is not twice as large as AES 128, it is many trillions of times bigger and consequently significantly more resistant to brute force attacks. The drawback of using larger keys is that the computer must use more memory and processor cycles to perform encryption and decryption. In a symmetric encryption cipher, the same secret key is used to perform both encryption and decryption operations. With an asymmetric algorithm, encryption and decryption are performed by two different but related public and private keys in a key pair. When a public key is used to encrypt a message, only the paired private key can decrypt the ciphertext. The public key cannot be used to decrypt the ciphertext. The keys are generated in a way that it makes it impossible to derive the private key from the public key. This means that the key pair owner can distribute the public key to anyone they want to receive secure messages from. Bob generates a key pair and keeps the private key secret. Bob publishes the public key. Alice wants to send Bob a confidential message, so they take a copy of Bob's public key. Alice uses Bob's public key to encrypt the message. Alice sends the ciphertext to Bob. Bob receives the message and is able to decrypt it using their private key. If Mallory has been snooping, they can intercept both the message and the public key. However, Mallory cannot use the public key to decrypt the message, so the system remains secure. The drawback of asymmetric encryption is that it involves substantial computing overhead compared to symmetric encryption. Where a large amount of data is being encrypted on disk or transported over a network, asymmetric encryption is inefficient. Rather than being used to encrypt the bulk data directly, the public key cipher can be used to encrypt a symmetric secret key. This allows Alice and Bob to exchange a bulk encryption session key without Mallory being able to learn it. Asymmetric encryption can be implemented using a number of algorithms. Each algorithm has a different recommended key length. Here is some facts to remember on the exam. The Rivest-Shamir-Adelman asymmetric cipher requires a 2048-bit private key to achieve an acceptable level of security. The elliptic curve cryptography asymmetric cipher can use 256-bit private keys to achieve a level of security equivalent to a 3072-bit RSA key. A cryptographic hashing algorithm produces a fixed-length string of bits from an input plaintext that can be of any length. The output can be referred to as a hash or as a message digest. The function is designed so that it is impossible to recover the plaintext data from the digest and so that different inputs are unlikely to produce the same output. There are two popular implementations of hash algorithms. Secure hash algorithm, considered the strongest algorithm. There are variants that produce different-sized outputs, with longer digests considered more secure. The most popular variant is SHA-256, which produces a 256-bit digest. Message digest algorithm number 5 produces a 128-bit digest. MD5 is not considered to be quite as safe for use as SHA-256, but it might be required for compatibility between security products. A single hash function, symmetric cipher, or asymmetric cipher is called a cryptographic primitive. A complete cryptographic system or product is likely to use multiple cryptographic primitives within a cipher suite. The properties of different symmetric asymmetric hash types and of specific ciphers for each type impose limitations on their use in different contexts and for different purposes. Encryption can be used to ensure confidentiality. Cryptographic ciphers can also be used for integrity and authentication. If you can encode a message in a way that no one else can replicate, then the recipient of the message knows with whom they are communicating. Public key cryptography can authenticate a sender because they control a private key that produces messages in a way that no one else can. Hashing proves integrity by computing a unique fixed-size message digest from any variable length input. These two cryptographic ciphers can be combined to make a digital signature. This is how this diagram works within this slide. The sender, Alice, creates a digest of a message using a pre-agreed hash algorithm, such as SHA-256, and then performs a signing operation on the digest using her chosen asymmetric cipher and private key. Alice attaches the digital signature to the message and sends both the signature and the message to Bob. Bob verifies the signature using Alice's public key, obtaining the original hash. Bob then calculates his own digest for the document and compares it with Alice's hash. If the two digests are the same, then the data has not been tampered with during transmission, and Alice's identity is guaranteed. If either the data had changed or a malicious user had intercepted the message and used a different private key to sign it, the hashes would not match. Public key cryptography solves the problem of distributing encryption keys when you want to communicate securely with others or authenticate a message that you send to others. When you want others to send you confidential messages, you give them your public key to use to encrypt the message. The message can then only be decrypted by your private key, which you keep known only to yourself. When you want to authenticate yourself to others, you sign a hash of your message with your private key. You give others your public key to use to verify the signature. As only you know the private key, everyone can be assured that only you could have created the signature. The basic problem with public key cryptography is that while the owner of a private key can authenticate messages, there is no mechanism for establishing the owner's identity. This problem is particularly evident with e-commerce. How can you be sure that a shopping site or banking service is really maintained by whom it claims? The fact that the site is distributing a public key to secure communications is no guarantee of actual identity. How do you know that you are corresponding directly with the site using its genuine public key? How can you be sure there isn't a threat actor with network access intercepting and modifying what you think the legitimate server is sending you? Public key infrastructure aims to prove that the owners of public keys are who they say they are. Under PKI, anyone issuing a public key should publish it in a digital certificate. The certificate's validity is guaranteed by a certificate authority. PKI can use private or third-party CAs. A private CA can be set up within an organization for internal communications. The certificates it issues will only be trusted within the organization. For public or business-to-business communications, a third-party CA can be used to establish a trust relationship between servers and clients. Examples of third-party CAs include Komodo, DigiCert, GeoTrust, IdenTrust, and Let's Encrypt. A digital certificate is essentially a wrapper for a subject's public key. As well as the public key, it contains information about the subject and the certificate's issuer. The certificate is digitally signed to prove that it was issued to the subject by a particular CA. The subject could be a human user allowing certificates for the signing of messages, or a computer server for a web server hosting confidential transactions. The root of trust model defines how users and different CAs can trust one another. Each CA issues itself a certificate. This is referred to as the root certificate. The root certificate is self-signed, meaning the CA server signs a certificate issued to itself. A root certificate uses an RSA key size of 2048 or 4096 bits, or the ECC equivalent. The subject of the root certificate is set to the organization CA name, such as CompTIA root CA. The root certificate can be used to sign other certificates issued by the CA. Installing the CA's root certificate means that hosts will automatically trust any certificates signed by that CA. In this simple model, a single root CA issues certificates directly to users and computers. This single CA model is often used on private networks. The problem with this approach is that the single CA server is very exposed. If it is compromised, the whole PKI collapses. Most third-party CAs operate a hierarchical model. In the hierarchical model, the root CA issues certificates to one or more intermediate CAs. The intermediate CAs issue certificates to subjects. This model has the advantage that different intermediate CAs can be set up with certificate policies enabling users to perceive clearly what a particular certificate is designed for. Each leaf certificate can be traced to the root CA along the certification path. This is also referred to as certificate chaining or a chain of trust. In some circumstances, using PKI can be too difficult or expensive to manage. Any machine, web server, or program code can be deployed with a self-signed certificate. For example, the web administrative interfaces of consumer routers are often only protected by a self-signed certificate. Self-signed certificates can also be useful in development and test environments. The operating system or browser will mark self-signed certificates as untrusted, but a user can choose to override this. The nature of self-signed certificates makes them very difficult to validate. They should not be used to protect critical hosts and applications. Registration is the process by which end users create an account with the CA and become authorized to request certificates. The exact processes by which users are authorized and their identity proven are determined by the CA implementation. For example, in a Windows domain network, users and devices can often auto-enroll with the CA just by authenticating to Active Directory. A third-party CA might perform a range of tests to ensure that a subject is who they claim to be. It is in the CA's interest to ensure that it only issues certificates to legitimate users, or its reputation will suffer. When a subject wants to obtain a certificate, it first generates a key pair comprising private and public asymmetric keys for the chosen cipher, such as RSA or ECC, and key length. The private key must be kept well protected and known only to the subject. The subject then completes a certificate signing request and submits it to the CA. The CSR is a file containing the information that the subject wants to use in the certificate, including its public key. The CA reviews the certificate and checks that the information is valid. For a web server, this may simply mean verifying that the subject name and fully qualified domain name are identical, and verifying that the CSR was initiated by the person administratively responsible for the domain, as identified in the domain's WHOIS records. If the request is accepted, the CA signs the certificate and sends it to the subject. Key management refers to operational considerations for the various stages in a key's lifecycle. A key's lifecycle may involve the following stages. Key generation creates an asymmetric key pair or symmetric secret key of the required strength, using the chosen cipher. Storage prevents unauthorized access to a private or secret key and protecting against loss or damage. Revocation prevents use of the key if it is compromised. If a key is revoked, any data that was encrypted using it should be re-encrypted using a new key. Expiration and renewal gives the certificate a shelf life, increasing security. Every certificate expires after a certain period. Certificates can be renewed with the same key pair or with a new key pair. A decentralized key management model means that keys are generated and managed directly on the computer or user account that will use the certificate. This does not require any special setup and so is easy to deploy. It makes the detection of key compromise more difficult, however. Some organizations prefer to centralize key generation and storage using a tool such as a key management system. In one type of cryptographic key management system, a dedicated server or appliance is used to generate and store keys. When a device or app needs to perform a cryptographic operation, it uses the Key Management Interoperability Protocol to communicate with the server. A key pair or secret key can be generated and stored in the file system on a desktop or server computer running a general-purpose OS. This has a number of drawbacks. A cryptographic key needs to be generated using a random process. A key generation system with a high degree of disorder, or entropy, ensures that any value from the possible key space has the same chance of being selected as any other. Unfortunately, computer hardware and software is extremely low entropy. Computers process instructions in an entirely deterministic way. A computer can use pseudo-RNG software that is still deterministic, but able to approximate a high level of disorder. Better security is obtained by true random number generator hardware. This uses a source of entropy, such as noise or air movement, as a non-deterministic seed for generating the key value. A key stored in the file system is only as secure as any other file. It could easily be compromised via the user credential or physical theft of the device. It is also difficult to ensure that key access is fully audited. Ideally, cryptographic storage is tamper-evident. This means that it is known immediately when a private or secret key has been compromised and it can be revoked and any ciphertexts re-encrypted with a new key. These drawbacks can be addressed by using a cryptoprocessor for key generation and storage. Because it is dedicated to a single function, the cryptoprocessor hardware has a smaller attack surface than a general-purpose computer. A cryptoprocessor can also perform operations such as decryption and signing on behalf of apps. This means that the key material never leaves the cryptoprocessor. There are two main ways of implementing cryptoprocessor hardware, TPMs and HSMs. A trusted platform module is a cryptoprocessor implemented as a module for a discrete computer platform, such as a desktop computer, mobile device, or embedded system. A hardware security module is cryptoprocessor hardware implemented in a removable or dedicated form factor, including rack-mounted appliances, plug-in PCIe adapter cards, and USB-connected security keys. If a private or secret key is lost or damaged, ciphertexts cannot be recovered unless a backup of the key has been made. Making copies of the key is problematic as it becomes more likely that a copy will be compromised and more difficult to detect that a compromise has occurred. These issues can be mitigated by using escrow and M of N controls. Escrow means that something is held independently. In terms of key management, this refers to archiving a key with a third party. M of N means that an operation cannot be performed by a single individual. Instead, a quorum of available persons must agree to authorize the operation. A key can be split into parts. Each part can be held by separate escrow providers, reducing the risk of compromise. An account with permission to access a key held in escrow is referred to as a key recovery agent. A recovery policy can require 2 or more KRAs to authorize the operation. This mitigates the risk of a KRA attempting to impersonate the key owner. If data is encrypted, it does not matter if the disk storing the information is stolen or if it can be intercepted when it is transferred over a network, because the threat actor will not be able to understand or change what has been stolen. This use of encryption fulfills the goal of confidentiality. When deploying a cryptographic system to protect data assets, consideration must be given to all the ways that information could potentially be intercepted. Data can be described as being in one of 3 states. Data at rest is the state when the data is in some sort of persistent storage media. Data in transit is the state when data is transmitted over a network. Data in use is the state when data is present in volatile memory, such as system RAM or CPU registers and cache. Encrypting megabytes or gigabytes of data is referred to as bulk encryption. Asymmetric encryption and private-public key pairs are not often used for bulk encryption because an asymmetric algorithm cannot process large amounts of data efficiently. The computational overhead is too high when using this type of algorithm to encrypt the contents of a disk or series of network packets. Therefore, bulk data encryption uses a symmetric cipher, such as AES. A symmetric cipher can encrypt and decrypt data files and streams of network traffic quickly. The problem is that distributing a symmetric key is challenging. The more people who know the key value, the weaker the confidentiality property is. Luckily, symmetric keys are only 128 bits or 256 bits long, and so can easily be encrypted using a public key. Transport communication encryption protects data in motion. Various transport encryption products have been developed for different networking solutions. Some examples include the following: Wi-Fi protected access, securing traffic sent over a wireless network. Internet protocol security, securing traffic sent between 2 endpoints over a public or untrusted transport network. This is referred to as virtual private networking. Transport layer security, securing application data, such as web or email data, sent over a public or untrusted network. The values used for a private key or secret key must be selected at random. If there is something predictable about the way the value of the key was derived, it has less entropy. Low entropy is a particular concern whenever a cryptographic system makes use of user-generated data, such as a password. Users tend to select low-entropy passwords because they are easier to remember. This type of data is too short and too ordered to be a good seed for key generation. Salting and key stretching help to protect password-derived cryptographic secrets from discovery through cryptanalysis. Cryptographic hash functions are often used for password storage and transmission. A hash cannot be decrypted back to the plaintext password that generated it. Hash functions are one way. However, Passwords stored as hashes are vulnerable to brute force and dictionary attacks. A threat actor can generate hashes to try to find a match for a hash captured from network traffic or a password file. A brute force attack simply runs through every possible combination of letters, numbers, and symbols. A dictionary attack creates hashes of common words and phrases. Both these attacks can be slowed down by adding a salt value when creating the hash. A unique, random salt value should be generated for each user account. This mitigates the risk that if users choose identical plaintext passwords, there would be identical hash values in the password file. The salt is not kept secret because any system verifying the hash must know the value of the salt. It simply means that an attacker cannot use pre-computed tables of hashes. The hash values must be recompiled with the specific salt value for each password. Key stretching takes a key that's generated from a user password plus a random salt value and repeatedly converts it to a longer and more disordered key. The initial key may be put through thousands of rounds of hashing. This might not be difficult for the attacker to replicate, so it doesn't actually make the key stronger. It does slow the attack down, because the attacker has to do all this extra processing for each possible key value. Key stretching can be performed by using a particular software library to hash and save passwords when they are created. The password-based key derivation function, too, is very widely used for this purpose, notably as part of Wi-Fi protected access. Blockchain is a concept in which an expanding list of transactional records is secured using cryptography. Each record is referred to as a block and is run through a hash function. The hash value of the previous block in the chain is added to the hash calculation of the next block in the chain. This ensures that each successive block is cryptographically linked. Each block validates the hash of the previous block all the way through to the beginning of the chain, ensuring that each historical transaction has not been tampered with. In addition, each block typically includes a timestamp of one or more transactions as well as the data involved in the transactions themselves. The blockchain is recorded in an open public ledger. This ledger does not exist as an individual file on a single computer. Rather, one of the most important characteristics of a blockchain is that it is decentralized. The ledger is distributed across a peer-to-peer network in order to mitigate the risks associated with having a single point of failure or compromise. Blockchain users can therefore trust each other equally. Likewise, another defining quality of a blockchain is its openness. Everyone has the same ability to view every transaction on a blockchain. Blockchain technology has a variety of potential applications. It can ensure the integrity and transparency of financial transactions, legal contracts, copyright and intellectual property protection, online voting systems, identity management systems, and data storage. Obfuscation is the art of making a message or data difficult to find. It is security by obscurity, which is normally deprecated. There are some uses for obfuscation technologies. However, steganography embeds information within an unexpected source, a message hidden in a picture, for instance. The container document or file is called the cover text. The message can be encrypted by some mechanism before embedding it, providing confidentiality. The technology can also provide integrity or non-repudiation. For example, it could show that something was printed on a particular device at a particular time, which could demonstrate that it was genuine or fake, depending on the context. Tokenization means that all or part of the value of a database field is replaced with a randomly generated token. The token is stored with the original value on a token server or token vault, separate from the production database. An authorized query or app can retrieve the original value from the vault, if necessary, so tokenization is reversible. Tokenization is used as a substitute for encryption because, from a regulatory perspective, an encrypted field is the same value as the original data. Data masking and tokenization are used for de-identification. De-identification obfuscates personal data from databases so that it can be shared without compromising privacy.
and hit the record button. So mobile device security. And this is where we're going to start talking about devices that you guys actually hold every day. Mostly smartphones, tablets. But now we're starting to integrate those watches into play. A lot of things that can actually connect to the internet and be able to give you messages such as emails, text messages. Um, you can understand your heartbeat per minute, and you can send that to some type of cloud drive and have it for data for forever, really. So a lot of these mobile devices have become our everyday means of being. It actually kind of picked up, I think, in the last 10 years. It really kind of really got not out of hand, but it just really took off from the times where I remember the first set of cell phones coming out. They're not being that much technology in them. They just was able to actually make phone calls and maybe do texting. Um, but majority of those cell phones did not have that capability. And then once two-way pagers really kind of set the trend for actually sending messages back and forth, mobile devices have really just taken off and became this you know just taking mobile devices to a whole nother level where we really, if you wanted to, you don't really need a laptop. You can get the bare minimum of a iPad with a keyboard attached to it, and then you're able to connect to the internet and really do all the things that your regular PC will do. Okay, but um, so my first slides here, we talk about portable computers. That'll be your laptops. So any anything that's not a desktop is what do you kind of see this icon here. So I kind of got the wrong icon here. The icon over here is a laptop, right? But this is your desktop. This is something that you have, a big computer that actually sits at a desk, and it's not really made to be mobile, right? It just kind of sits there and it does the same thing as a laptop does. Okay. Um, so you have your portable computers, which is your laptops. You have your tablets, iPads, Samsung books. Um, any you pretty much have two players in the game, where it's just either you have an Apple product and then you have every other product that's a Android product, right? And more times out of not, you're gonna have a Samsung type of a build. Well, I would say Samsung is the most build quality ready producer or manufacturer when it comes to Android products. But you may get a Google phone, or you may get I know I had a OnePlus phone. They're pretty affordable, but they're running an Android operating system on top of that. So that kind of takes us into the smartphone type of build, where you have pretty much Apple and then everybody else who wants to get into that field. But um, it's just how can manufacturers really compete with the fame and the popularity of a Apple product? I really don't understand. You get a lot of more customization out of your Android products, but a lot of people just really like the simplicity of Apple products and just that whole structure of apps just being there. And then they really don't give you uh, that many features as an Android product, in my opinion. But it may sound like I'm an Android fan, but I actually prefer an iPhone as well. The build quality is incredible. So I just like that. A lot of Samsung products, while they give you a lot of features, um, the test on the actual memory and the processor causes the phone to get hot, and then it may freeze up on you. It may ask you to actually hard restart the phone a lot of times, and that can be could be a little frustrating at times. Wearable tech, and so that's where we're getting into the smartwatches. Uh, And I also put up here Google Glass. So if you don't know what Google Glass is, it's a people have yet to come up with the actual product and make it mainstream, but you're pretty much talking about these smart glasses that you can wear on a day-to-day basis. And what they do is they may put in some type of direction if you're walking with, trying to get your maps at the same time. So on your phone, on your watch, if you put in a direction for you to walk to, it will give you the arrow on when to turn the corner or what have you. Well, the Google Glass will actually put that into your peripheral to where you can actually see when you're supposed to turn. Okay. So it hasn't really hit the mainstream just yet. Um, I think some manufacturers have given up on it and actually are starting to turn the VR type of products. So actually going into virtual reality, putting a whole goggles over your face and taking away your peripherals to where it's putting you into a virtual world. Um, and I don't think is really caught on like that. And plus, a lot of people don't want to wear the bulky type, um, stereotypical black glasses like that. So until they come up with something more fashionable, I think actual having smart glasses is something that's a little bit to the future. Okay, so moving on to your smart device having some type of storage and some type of memory, right? So your book goes into how does your smartphone actually resembles a laptop. So it's able to go out to the internet, but the one thing that a laptop has over your smart device is it probably has more storage in order to store your files and your pictures and uh, your music on, right? But a lot of um, these phones, they actually have storage that we can actually put more songs on them, more photos can be taken and videos can be recorded and then saved on our phone. Now, a lot of times, uh, this comes into the price of the phone, right? So you could get a 100 and matter of fact, let's just go ahead and just look at that. I'm going back to Google Glass, Best Buy, and a lot of times, um, you can buy the phone based off of what type of storage that it may have. I'm going straight iPhone. I bet this 14 is like $2,000. But anyway, so you could get like when you see the Apple 14 Pro, and you see a max of 256 gigabytes of storage. In today's world, that's considered to be fairly small, or right there on the medium side, right? So it's really when you look at that GB, right, that 256. I want you guys to think about how many pictures that you actually take, how many videos that you actually record. That's gonna actually play a part into how many apps you can actually download. And then it may cause your iPhone to kind of run slow if you have so many things blocking up that much storage space, because a computer is supposed to work like this. It's supposed to have its processor speed, and then it's supposed to have the storage and then the memory. And these three things work together in order to keep a speed type of reaction to whenever you're hitting that app is supposed to react, right? But if it's all clogged up with you got 2,000 pictures up there with um, 40 videos recorded at 4K quality, it's going to eat up a lot of that space. And then you want to put your apps on top of that, it bogs down the actual processing speed in order to keep those things in place. So a lot of times, um, we go for a cheaper phone when it comes to the storage, but then when we actually are putting the phone to its everyday usage, we end up maxing out the phone more quickly than we actually bargained for. And I'll go on later in the lecture today and say how can we actually get maybe a cheaper phone, but then start putting things out there in the cloud, right? That way it could free up our space on that. Like nowadays you don't have to load your songs onto the phone. Back in my day of being at Moore's, we had to, no, we didn't have, the phones could not get music at that time. That didn't come until I think 2012. But back when I was in the Army, you could load the actual songs onto the phone, right? But then that would eat up a lot of space. So nowadays you can actually stream the songs off your app. So Apple Music, I use Amazon Music. You also got Tidal, and these streaming platforms clear up that space that you actually taking up, putting on phone songs on your phone, and now you're just using the radio waves or the Wi-Fi waves to actually stream music. Great, but then, like, you know, the bad part of that is that you gotta pay for that service, right? So it's things to wear out or weigh out, right? I really wanted to go back up in here and really just show you. So when I said that 256 was kind of like the medium of it, your internal memory could go all the way up to a terabyte, you know, 1000 gigabits. And that's OD, in my opinion, is too much. I mean, I don't think you're ever going to use up a terabyte worth of storage or have that many photos on your phone uh, without clearing it out, or the phone just breaking, or you upgrading the phone maybe in 2 or 3 years, right? Unless you just take pictures every day. But anyway, 512 is a little bit OD as well. I don't think you need to pay that much for it. I was sticking to 256 and use my cloud applications in order to offload some storage space in order to keep that freshness about my cell phone. Now, this also applies to tablets as well, right? So your tablets work the same way as your phone, and whenever you have that storage space kind of gets loaded up, then you need to offload those type of photos and videos and documents that you have saved on your phone off to a cloud solution or onto some type of static solution. So with that, I'll transition back to the slides. Just to kind of finish this off, I would probably go with a 256, maybe a 128, because a 128 is pretty decent too. So, but anyway, if you had that 256 and you wanted to just offload those files off to something that you have in your hand, you can have a flash drive or a USB. So this is, goes here to this flash memory or USB component where you hook up your cell phone to your laptop, and then you make those transactions between those two devices, right? So hopefully we're all familiar with USB and then what type of storage that there are. It's just kind of like having a hard drive in your hand that you could pretty much go from machine to machine, okay? Same thing when it comes to the SD slots. If you have a Android phone, you'll probably be more familiar with the added memory that you could put into a SD slot versus an Apple phone. Apple phone doesn't allow that feature. So you're pretty much going to have to buy that out of the store. But with a Samsung, it may come with a SD slot on the side of the phone. It's not the slot for your phone provider, not that chip slot, the slot that you put in there and you put your actual service chip in there, but it's another actual insert maybe on the other side of the phone that you could put is removable. You could put extended memory on that side and actually get more storage. And so maybe if you had a lot of pictures on one side in a folder, you can actually just put a bigger chip or SD slot card in there that's maybe 256, and then load all your photos on there and then put that in storage, right? And take it out and then put a new one in there that's blank, and then continue to go on with your daily activities. So that's removable storage. Now, from a security standpoint, we want to make sure that if we're telling someone to be mindful of our media or of our removable storage, we want to make sure that we don't lose our USBs, we don't use our SD cards. If you see one just maybe laying down on the ground, do you want to actually pick that up and plug that in to see what that is? Hackers will purposely put viruses on USBs sticks and just leave them out there for people to actually pick them up. Okay, and it's a known. I've I've seen that type of attack just because we have penetration testing at my job, and we've seen that tactic happen to where people are curious by nature. If someone sees a USB drive that's just kind of sitting maybe in on the counter at the restroom, someone may pick that hard drive, that actual USB stick up and put it into their laptop, and now they have been affected by some type of virus. So other risks that we may be facing when it comes to our mobile devices is, of course, the classic, hey, someone stole my actual device. And also man in the middle attack. So remember that man in the middle is sniffing of the network, right? We're using Wireshark to look at the network going back and forth. And our cell phones are just like laptops. They actually communicate on the network going back and forth. So they can see that type of traffic. And we need to be mindful of that. So not necessarily, I don't want you guys to think that you need to use a VPN on your phone all the time, but just be mindful of if you're opening up your browser on your phone and you're going to a unsecure site and you're doing a transaction of some sort, then someone can see that. Okay. So I don't want you to think that, hey, if someone's out here with a Wireshark and then I'm doing a texting back and forth, someone can see that. No, I'm more talking about doing transactions in a browser, doing laptop activities on your mobile devices, and then, someone looking at the traffic in that sense. Okay. So stolen devices, I want to jump back on that. Later on in the slides, I'll talk about how can we move on from our stolen devices. What should we be doing on a daily basis, just in case we actually lose or someone takes our phone? How do we get that information back? In most cases, you just gotta, bite the bullet on it and charge it, and just say, hey, I lost that information, but it's backed up here. So whenever I get my new phone, then I could just take all the information off the cloud and transfer it to my new phone. Okay. Now, if we put some security things into play, hopefully they should not be able to look at that information on that phone. They could just have the actual physical phone, but they should not be able to get into the hardware, the software. Excuse me. So we also want to make sure that we are understanding that public networks, when we go to our Starbucks or we go to that hotel and we're connecting to a public network, that it could be vulnerable to certain type of people looking at that traffic. So we just want to keep those things in mind as well. Going to GPS. So yeah, what goes into GPS and how these mobile devices can actually track you. A lot of times we have GPS turned on our phones and we don't really know that we have it turned on. So I wanted to show you exactly what I mean by that is that if you guys came into the room early, you seen that I was playing around with my Google account, and I was here on Google Maps. And if you go down to, let me show you how to get there. So if you go and you're looking at Google Maps, right? And if you go over to the three lines over here, which is more likely your menu, and you drop that or bring that out, then you can see where Google has been tracking me per se. And I think they've been tracking me since 2009, from what I've seen. But as you can see here, I clicked on timeline, and then it shows all the places that I pretty much been going at since the time they've been tracking me. Like I said, 2009. which is crazy, right? But these are places where I probably had some type of cell phone on me and it checked into Google to update my location. Okay. And they're it's convenient to a certain extent, but then it's kind of creepy to where Google doesn't really put this in bold print for you to actually see. So it's kind of scary at the same time that someone is actually looking at the 289 places that I have visited. Let's see, the place I visited the most is, of course, my home, right? And then it got here at Cherry Park. I love to go to Cherry Park during my lunch breaks and take a walk. So and the also another creepy thing about that is that it actually shows you here on the map where I've been at. So if this tells me about, if this is going on in my phone, could you imagine what they're tracking on your phone? Um, have you guys ever went out there on Google and seen if they were tracking you like this? If you had an iPhone, have you gone into Apple Maps and seen if they have been updating where your locations are at? It's just it's kind of weird, right? Bank of America Plaza. What the? I might have been there, maybe. Probably was. That's about the time we went out there for a Panthers game. But anyway, I thought it was kind of, cool, but at the same time, imagine if someone got this information about you, right? And now they could see, um, well, I know Lee lives here, and then he goes here. And let's see if we can go to the place details. Let's see what else information they can give us about it. They ain't showing that right now. Last time I visited. Oh, well. They're not really giving me anything that I really want. But still, these are all places where it could be used against me, such as the daycare that I visit because I got to go pick up my son every day, right? So you can imagine how hackers could actually get this information and tell a lot about you just because Google is doing its due diligence on its customers. Now, let me explain what I just said about Google. Google is not just your favorite search engine. Um, it is a search engine that relies on you to give it information in order for them to sell your information to others to sell you products. Okay. So whenever you get Gmails or whenever you're going to YouTube or to really look at it, whenever you click on this ellipses over here and they show you all the good apps that they have, um, all these things are free, right? They don't charge you for nothing unless you want YouTube premium, so they don't have to give you ads. They don't charge you for none of this. They don't charge you for no emails or let's say Google Drive, where this is kind of like that cloud solution. I'll go back into that a little bit later. Google Photos, this is where I upload my photos when my cell phone gets full, right? They don't charge me for none of this unless I want more than what they're actually giving out, right? I got a calendar here, all this stuff that I could use to my benefits, right? And they don't charge for none of that. But what they do in the replace of that is that they may read my emails. They may look at what I've been looking at on YouTube. What have I put in here to search, right? And then they'll take that information and say, hey, Lee is looking at electronics. More likely he's a techie guy. Let's sell to him more tech stuff. That new technology that came out with Meta and it's the new virtual reality headset. Let's start putting the ads on his search engines so he can be more inclined to actually buy that product. That's what Google does. And it's kind of it's a give or take, right? So you don't like that, but at the same time, that's how they really make money, and they actually give you some good products that's actually for free. But on the flip side of that, they may be looking at where you go at all the time. So it's kind of yeah, bittersweet, right? So that's GPS. So what I would suggest to you guys is take some time and go into your settings on your phone, on your tablets, in your laptops. See if there's some type of GPS system actually tracking where you're at. If you don't like that, if you don't want that to happen, then turn it off. Um, and what I don't mean is on Apple when they ask you, hey, don't allow this app to track me. That's something totally different. That's something is more looking at your cookies on that application versus you actually leaving the campus and going down to Walmart. All right. So just take your time, see what's in your settings. Go into your settings on your Android or your Apple products and see exactly what's looking at you. And then is it recording those type of times where you're making stops? Now, going on to the next slide, we got installing insecure applications. This is kind of simple, just because we all have been pretty much, we know where we want to get applications from, but um, your book goes over it. And what I want you guys to understand is that uh, Apple has a way of having authorized applications to be installed, and that's only in the App Store on their devices, and Google Play Store is the way you want to get authorized applications from the Android side. Okay, um, so you don't want to really go out to any type of place such as Reddit or GitHub and then get those applications and install them um, around the safe. They put those stores in place in order for it to be a kind of a safe place to actually install those applications. Okay, so pretty simple here. Apple, we're going to the iOS store, and then Google, Android machines, we're probably going to go to a Google Play Store. Your book goes into actually understanding what this well, it going off on our last slide of going to a authorized place to actually install new software. We want to make sure that if we don't understand where we're going at on the internet, that we probably want to stay clear of that, right? So if you see these type of QR codes and you're curious, you can go ahead and scan that and see where it takes you, right? So uh, that's a real QR code that I clipped and I put it into this slide. It doesn't take you to a malicious site, but I wanted to really kind of preface it to say, hey, if you see a QR code, to be wary of it. 9 times out of 10, I would feel more safe if it had some type of logo here in the middle. I'm sorry, had a logo here in the middle that kind of gives me an indication of where I would be going. So if I had a Facebook page that I would normally go to, it would be kind of centered in the middle to where, okay, I know I'm going to a Facebook page, but I just don't know which one that I'm going to go to. So just be wary of the QR codes. They're actually very convenient in actually showing or giving someone a link without actually giving them the actual phrase in order for them to type in. They could just scan the QR code with their camera, and then the smart device would actually take you to that actual website. But imagine if I was malicious, then I could have a QR code go to a malicious site, right? So we just take it as for what it is, and then we scan it, and someone hacked into my machine, just that easy. So just be careful of those type of untrusted content, QR codes, and things of that nature. Moving on, we started. The book goes into bring your own device, BYOD, and this is a big topic for IT departments, just because it's bringing in devices that they are unaware of. And so to give an example is that you just started a new job, and the new job doesn't give you a new cell phone. They don't give you a company issued cell phone. They say, hey, you can put our email, our personal emails that we get within the company onto your personal phone. Okay, so now you have your personal emails on your personal phone as well as the company emails on your personal phone. Now, here's the thing about that is that the risk comes in is that let's say if you downloaded a application from GitHub, and now it affected your personal device. Well, and while it if affected that, and now it's reading all the material on your phone, it's actually reading into the company's email. And so now the company is under attack because you personally went on to GitHub and installed something that you shouldn't have done personally. The problem is that the company has no jurisdiction over your personal devices. They just have the jurisdiction over their actual data that they put on their email. But since they said, hey, you know what, we will allow you to have that on your personal device, they have taken that risk on to say, hey, if you get affected, then we don't mind. We will accept that risk that if you install something that you shouldn't have, we'll accept that risk if our information leaves that way of it being on your personal machine. So a lot of IT departments, they try to stay away from bring your own device, but in some cases, you don't have enough budget to give everyone a iPad and an iPhone or a Samsung product just because it's not into the IT department's budget, right? So a lot of times we want to keep people informed within the business, but then we will have to say, hey, we just want to get your personal phone number so we can call you, but we don't want you to put company email onto your phone. And you need to actually have policies in order to understand what's going on there. Um, so bring your own device is sketchy. Some people don't like it. From an employee standpoint, it's easier, right? It's easier to have one phone on you and actually check your emails and actually get work done on your personal phone. And then when you're done with that company, you could just easily discard of the application. But from a IT standpoint of it or a cybersecurity standpoint, it's very easy for that information to leave out on doing a personal uh, on a personal device. So different ways we could secure our mobile devices. Again, like I said with the GPS slide, I said, hey, if you're not using that GPS or you don't want that on, see if you could disable that feature. And that goes for any other features that you see on your settings. Go in there, see if you're actually using them, and then if you're not using them, just turn them off, right? That way you're not having the more features you leave open, the more features you are vulnerable to an attack. So if you're not using GPS on your device, but I'm a hacker that I specialize in looking at uh, the Google Maps to see exactly where you've been, then I can use that. But if I go ahead and shut that down as a user, then that takes away that vector. That takes away that avenue of me as a hacker getting into your information. So if you don't need that feature on your phone, go ahead and disable it. Now that goes into the second one, right? A lot of times when I say that, people think that I mean disable face unlock or fingerprint unlock. That doesn't mean that. You want to have those personal biometrics on, in my opinion. You at least need a pin, right? Even if you don't want to be quote unquote in the system, because it takes a outline of your face in order for you to unlock your phone. You at least need a 4 digit to 6 digit pin, maybe an 8 digit pin, in order to open your phone. Because if you lose that, and you don't have a pin or you don't have those features to actually open your phone, then someone can actually have access to everything, right? And then there's no saving it after that. But at least if we have a fingerprint or if a face recognition or a pin, then we're able to say, hey, okay, at least they shouldn't be able to get into my phone. Um, they shouldn't be able to get into my phone just because I have these things lined up, right? So when I say disable features that you don't use, I don't really mean the facial and the facial recognition as well as the fingerprint um, unlocks. Also, when we're upgrading a phone, going into our last section right here, and you're upgrading a phone, it's very important to set it back to factory settings. Go ahead and erase all of those features, that data that you put in there. Erase all of those things. Just because you don't know if you're going to sell that phone, you don't know if you're going to use it again. But just from a security standpoint, you want to reset all of those things back to a factory setting. Now, when it comes to Apple is very stickler to signing you into iCloud in the beginning. So you're probably already locked into iCloud. And in order to sell that phone, when you reset it back to factory settings, you need to know that password in order to unlock that phone to set it back to factory settings so someone else could actually get it. So just keep those things in mind. I know iCloud is it's very cumbersome to actually remember those passwords and then get a new phone and set it all up. But it's actually, if you could keep up with those passwords, it's very seamless in order to go from device to device. Okay. But setting it back to factory settings is always, wiping that data is always something that I would suggest. Now, mobile device management. When we're talking about being in a enterprise setting, and we're talking about companies giving out mobile devices, they're going to need some type of software to manage each one of those devices, actually see exactly what you're putting on your device. So they can use the software to see if you downloaded some type of gaming app, or if you downloaded Instagram and there's no reason for you to have it. And so they can see what you actually downloaded, and then some software will actually send a signal out in order for you to actually remove those applications. Or they could send you an email and say, hey, Lee, you downloaded TikTok. There's no need for you to have it. Go ahead and remove that from your company issued device. Okay. But with the companies that I've been with, I haven't seen something like that. Normally when they give you a company issue phone, you could do with whatever you want to do with it. Just be mindful that company information is on these phones. And so if you lose the phone, if you leave it somewhere and you forget it and now it's lost, then hopefully you have those passwords on there so no one can get into the device. Then two, you need to let the IT department who has this mobile device management tool know that they can actually remote wipe the phone. So they will send a signal out, and that automatically causes the phone to go into a factory reset, and it wipes the whole phone clean. And now they don't have to worry about their data being in the wrong hands. The funny thing about that is that those that remote wiping feature for this mobile device management tool is caused by the GPS being turned on that phone. So it needs to go up to the satellite in space to see exactly where that phone is at on the earth, and then it sends that signal down in order to go into an automatic reset mode. Okay, so if you have a company issue phone, you're probably not going to turn off your GPS just because they need that feature to be on, right? So they probably will disable you from actually turning that feature off. But with your personal phone, hey, I would say turn it off. But anyway, last slide here. So let's go ahead and let's get back to the cloud solutions. Let me pull this pull my web cloud back up, not my web cloud, my web browser back up. And so when I was talking about having so many videos, photos on your phone, documents saved on your phone, you can actually throw these things into something like a Google Drive. You can actually set like for my photos, where is it? Well, for my photos, I actually use Google Photos. And I have Google Photos automatically pulls my photos off my phone and uploads them to the cloud. And so now, if I get a new phone, I can just go ahead and download the app for my phone again, the Google Photos app, and then take all the things that automatically uploaded to the cloud and throw them on my new phone. Okay, so that's what I meant by if we ever lose our phone, our data should be constantly backing up to the cloud. That way, if we ever lose it or someone hacks us and we have to get rid of that actual device, we can get our new device and then just put the applications on that new phone and then just download the things that we already have in the cloud. Okay, so Google gives you this for free. With Apple, you have to go to iCloud here. And again, that's having that if you not understand, but if you know your Apple ID as well as your password, this is automatically kind of set up when you first turn on the phone. So having this actually set up is actually great for switching phones. The problem with iCloud that I see is that they don't give you much storage, and then they want you to pay for the extra storage, right? So it goes back to how they nickel and dime you here with the actual buying of the phone. So if you get a 512 gigabit of storage on that phone, and then maybe you can get a free subscription to iCloud and have all your photos there. But then what do you do when you finally fill up the iCloud and you're getting close to filling up your phone? Then you probably need to put in a USB device and a thumb drive and actually save those things off your iCloud onto that thumb drive in order for you to have more room, right? In order to clear out that iCloud and then bring everything off that phone into the iCloud again. And so you just need to keep the physical USB drive in your possession. Okay, so the cloud is your friend. The cloud is going to help you against losing your phones, losing your tablets, even when it comes to your laptops. Putting those documents out there in cloud solutions is a great thing. Just understanding that they are being locked down by your username and password is just probably the biggest thing about that. Okay. So with that, that's all I have. Do you guys got any questions for me?
This meeting is being recorded.
All right, so what I'm going to do here is just to check my task manager. And this is nothing that you guys have to know or anything like that. Just kind of what I go through to make sure that my PC is running at a good usage. So you see here, you can see Chrome is taking up a lot of my memory as well as my CPU. And that's because we're doing a stream. And so when you're doing a stream, remember that we're connecting all devices into one application, and packets need to be delivered from my place over to your place, wherever you're watching me at. So there's a lot of network traffic going back and forth, and it could use up a lot of memory. So whenever you're going out there and you're buying a new PC or a new MacBook or whatever, just make sure the memory is what you want to really look at. The memory allows you to do multiple applications at one time, multiple tasks. And this is what I mean by multiple tasks. I'm running my antivirus in the background. I got the Zoom meeting just kind of listening. But I also have PowerPoint waiting for the presentation today. But the things that I only got like maybe 4 tabs open, maybe 5 for Google. And it's doing all of this stuff in the background, right? So that's why we want a lot of memory on our devices that we want to shop for, so we can do multiple things at one time. Okay. So I think I'm good for today. I'm almost done with the actual update. So I'm gonna go ahead and jump into the lesson. So on Monday, we talked about encryption and how do we use it, you know, the different applications, different devices that uses encryption, and exactly what are we using encryption for? And that's pretty much confidentiality of our data. We also talked about the integrity that it holds when it comes to making sure that no one can change that data. Now, I talked about having that homework piece out there, so you can actually see using encryption in a real life scenario. So the only thing I ask you to do is just to go in and create a screenshot of a Word document where you put an encryption on the put an encrypted password on that document, so it won't be seen by anybody. Now, this goes into what we were talking about Monday with symmetric and asymmetric keys. That password that you put on that Word document, and we're going to turn in for homework, is an example of symmetric keys. Document, and then in order for me to see it as a teacher, you need to give me that same key, right? And that works in any scenario. When it comes to symmetric keys, we're using the same key to actually lock it, and then the same key to unlock it. Okay. Now I'll get to asymmetric in a minute, but I wanted to go over and show you the screenshot how I wanted it actually submitted, because on the LMS, it's going to ask you to upload a file. And in order to upload that file, we need to, no, get out of that. We need to turn that screenshot into an actual uploadable file, right? So what I'm going to do, let me go to my home and I'm going to go to the LMS, and I'm going to log course. And what I want to do is I want to change the view to a student. And I'm going to go to coursework. Now you guys will see this right here, right? And once you click on it, so this is the description of the homework, and you'll click on it, but what it's going to ask you to do is to upload that one file, right? And when you upload that file, when you click on that, it's going to ask you to choose that file wherever it's saved on your desktop or computer, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. So let's go ahead and open up a Word document here. And my Chris test here. And so I'm putting my password because I already encrypted it. So it's going to open up. This is the way we did it is we went to the file option, info, and then we put the password on it, right? So what I wanted is you're going to bring out your snipping tool. So you're going to go back to your start menu and type in snipping tool. And this is how we're going to create that screenshot. Gonna bring up snipping tool, and then we're going to hit new. And that allows me to make my screenshot here. Boom. And what I can do now is I can take this, copy it, go back to my Word document here, create a blank document, do a Control V, paste that in there, or you can right click. Let me show you that. You can right click. Oh, Jesus. And you can paste that in there like so. Okay. It's somewhere up there. There it is. So, okay. Now, what we're going to do in order to upload it to the LMS, we're going to save it as whatever you want to save it. But the more important thing is how you're going to actually find it. So you want to make sure that you click on this PC. Okay. And what I like to do is click on more options and go and navigate to your desktop. That way, whenever you save it and you close that window, it'll be on those folders and documents on your desktop. So we're going to save it as homework 1. It's going to be on my desktop. I'm going to save it. All right. So it's saved to this PC. Now I can minimize that. Let's minimize all this, right? And y'all see my desktop here is full of stuff, but that file document is right here. Okay. So now I can go back to my LMS and upload that file. I'll go to choose file and do upload. I want to go to my desktop and I want to look for that file that I actually saved, which is homework 1. Hit open, that uploads it, and you're going to hit insert. Okay. Label as, you don't really need to put a label, but just add the file. And that what's upload, it uploads the piece for homework, for the homework assignment that we have. Okay. So if you need a rerun, I'm recording this session. Just go ahead and play this session back, this lecture back, and that's how we're gonna upload it to the LMS for a grading point. Okay, so I'll make sure I upload this video by the end of the day, as well as the one from Monday. Okay, all right. So I'm glad I was able to show that. Let's get back to the symmetric. So taking that screenshot again was a great example of symmetric keys. You know the key, which is the password. In order for someone to open that document, they will need to know that same key. Now, when it comes to asymmetric keys, we're putting, remember, those are 2 keys that are mathematically joined together. And we're going to put one key out there for the public, but yet we're going to keep our private key. Okay. And a great example of this is just having that HTTPS on our URLs. So a lot of times when we go to, when we're on a desktop and we're seeing, we're going to our favorite website, we may see HTTPS :// with this little green lock, or it may be gray, right? So let's go back to, we can go here to the LMS and we can see how up in here with the, in the URL, we have our little gray lock with the URL right beside it. That means that it's using encryption in order to talk to different servers that have their public key. Okay, so that public key is distributed out through a certificate, which we went over last time. So remember, whenever we see any kind of out of date certificates, there's a good chance that they need to just upgrade or update their certificate, but it doesn't mean that it's compromised yet. It stands a chance of being compromised. Okay, so just keep that in mind when it comes to those certificates. I had a website that I could show you, but I don't have it saved, so let's not jump into it. But this is a good chance, a good way for you to see HTTPS displaying asymmetric keys in the real world. Okay. So jumping on to the next slide, we got the different type of protocols that encryption uses. So 9 times out of 10, well, let me explain protocols. A protocol is the way computers talk to each other. That's how, you know, they just don't trade packets just to trade packets, and it knows exactly how it wants to read that packet and then perform the action. it's different types of ways that computers want to actually talk to each other and then perform different tasks. You could have a task where I want to send you a file. I want to send you an actual, just like how we just showed uploading that file to the LMS. We could have a function where we want to have that we want computers to actually do that. So when I look at here and I see that upload file, it's not using a protocol to actually be secure. It's using a protocol to actually say, hey, send this whole file over. Okay, and that file is called FTP. So in order to use that, or to tell a computer, hey, I want this whole file in order to show you a Word document, it needs to use the protocol FTP. Now, there are hundreds of different protocols that we use on a daily basis, right? But they are some protocols that are well known that we probably need to be familiar with. And FTP and HTTPS is just one of them, or two of them, sorry. But protocols are the way that we want to have a computer actually perform a different task. Now, going back to our slide here, HTTPS is a way that encryption uses that protocol in order to have encryption incorporated with it. So whenever I go to a particular website, I'm going to use HTTPS in order to apply encryption in order to be secure, in order to have that confidentiality, and making sure that if someone is snooping on my network, that they're not able to see the actual traffic that's going back and forth. Now, IPsec, the first protocol that I have here, is a different protocol where it doesn't use the web browser to actually apply encryption. It uses more of the whole traffic of the network in order to wrap it around a tunnel. And what I mean by that is that whenever you're communicating with a different PC over the network, and I'm sending, let's say we're talking about Zoom here, and I'm sending traffic to Kareem's PC, then that traffic is wrapped around a IPsec protocol, which allows it to be confidential going over the network. Okay, now that's different than HTTPS, but it can have, those two can work in conjunction. I can use IPsec to send traffic to Kareem, but I also can use HTTPS when showing him a web browser, right? And so I'm using two types of encryption within one communicating factor. Okay, so IPsec wraps around the network, wraps around the traffic of the network, and it creates a secure tunnel. HTTPS is going to make sure that those web browsing public and private keys are actually secure. Now, your textbook also went into hard disk drive encryption, and that's where we're encrypting the whole hard drive with encryption, and we're making it unreadable for anybody who doesn't know the code to get in. So think about your homework assignment of actually encrypting that one file. We are actually doing that for the whole hard drive. And it could have some benefits of it, but it also could pose us some problems, right? The benefits of it is that if we having some sensitive information on that, then we want to make sure the person who's in charge of that PC, they understand what password is needed on that in order to get into it. And then we also are keeping that data secure from anyone else from actually getting to that PC, right? So if they accidentally leave it somewhere and someone opens it up and tries to go into it, they're faced with the password off of the boot up. Okay, but the bad points about that is just the same, right? Where if I leave it somewhere, then or I'm sorry, if I forget the password, then it's just as good as me leaving it somewhere, right? Where I can't get into it. So now potentially that data is lost forever until I'm able to recover that password mentally. 9 times out of 10, whenever we're doing a hard drive disencryption, there's no way of recovering that password or doing a I forgot password option and then resetting that password. It's pretty much, hey, this is the password. Either write it down, which is not advised, or just remember it. And so it becomes a, how much of a risk factor do you want to actually take with this option? Now, in the real world, this is often used in ransomware. This is exactly what a ransomware attack would do to your computer. If you click on a false link or a vulnerable link, and then the attacker is able to attack your hard drive, what they do is they encrypt your hard drive with a password. That's the only thing they do. They encrypt the put an encrypted password on your hard drive. Now you're not able to open anything because it's requiring that password, right? And so that's where we want to avoid that altogether, because if we never get the password from the attacker, we will never get that information back, right? But even if we pay the ransom and we're able to log into it, again, there's no guarantee that the attacker would put that ransomware back on, because the ransomware needs to install onto the hard drive in order to encrypt it. Well, could be a place where they're putting in. Give me 1 second. They're asking me to restart, but it could be a place where once it installs that ransomware, it's installing a backdoor or something that lies dormant onto the hard drive. And so whenever you pay the ransom, that's fine. He'll leave you alone for now, but maybe 6 months down the road, it automatically creates kind of a logic bomb technique where it encrypts your hard drive again. Okay. And he asks you for another ransom. Okay. So when it comes to ransomware, we always want to make sure that we use backups, and we just take the PC off the network, and we just we get it back to working a working order with the backups that we have. I'm gonna close this down. Okay. Now, the book also went into the CA's requirements for actually putting out different types of certificates for that. Whenever you're having a web browser or website put out. So remember, a CA is a validating authority in order to validate who you are on the internet. Okay. So going back to our example here in our LMS, or you know what? Let's get out of the LMS. Let's go to my favorite ESPN. And we go and we open up their certificate. We can see that the CA is an Entrust. Entrust is a company that is one of the big companies that actually hands out certificates for companies. So if we do a copy and a paste there, and we open up a Google search for them, we can go to their website and we can look around. You see, as it's asking me for cookies, but anyway, you can look around to see exactly what Entrust is about. Why is it a trusted partner when it comes to being a CA for certificate distribution? Going back to our slides here, now that CA is going to ask for different things when it comes to validating you on that network or on the website. They're going to ask for that common name. A lot of times you'll see a fully qualified domain name. And what that means is that certain protocol called DNS, and DNS is the way that computers are able to see, they can compare your IP address to your actual web address. So your IP address is numbers, right? But a computer doesn't know how to go to Disney.com. It knows how to go to the IP address that's associated with Disney.com. And so with that being said, sometimes a fully qualified domain name falls under different types of names. And in order to have those names matched up with the IP addresses, a CA will want all of those domain names that you could be going to. So you may not just have a web server, you may have an email server that's giving out emails under Disney.com. Okay, so they want to know all of the domain servers names that you have associated with that company. Of course, they're going to want your business name and the division of the organization, but they also want to know the city and state and the country, right? So they're not just dealing with people in the US, they're going to deal with people in Asia, Africa, so on and so forth around the world. They're also going to want to know that email address, right? So remember when I did that that NS lookup and we saw people's names for Claflin University. Remember when we're registering with the CA, we want to give them some type of generic name. We don't necessarily want to give the actual person to that that web server to that CA, because they're going to put it right in there, and now it's public knowledge whenever we want to do an NS lookup. So we want to do a kind of a generic name, support.claflin.edu, right? And we want to make sure that we have that and have that email set up to go to different people who work at that particular organization. Now, overall, when we're talking about encryption, encryption is just making something, making plain text into encryption. Into unreadable text. So we're going to take plain text and we're going to make it unreadable. But sometimes we have, we don't want to necessarily encrypt it. We want to make it hidden, so to say, right? So just kind of putting a veil over it, not necessarily showing you exactly what's actually being put there. And that's called obfuscation. And a lot of times obfuscation, we see that when it comes to logging into different websites. So what I'll do here is I'll go to USA.com and I can go to log on and I could put in my username. But here's where obfuscation comes into play at, right? I'm putting in my password, and while my password is behind these dots here, it's not actually applying any type of encryption to it, right? It actually gives you a option over here. They didn't do this back in the day, but now they do, because it sometimes can be confusing when you just see dots come on the screen and you're not actually matching those dots with your finger strokes. So you kind of mess up your password a lot of times, and then you mess it up enough time to where you're locked out of your machine, out of your username. So what they'll do is they'll give you a show button here, and you can see that this is not my real password, but you know, it shows you, it takes away that obfuscation and shows you exactly what you wanted to put in, right? But this is an example of obfuscation just by putting the dots, okay? So if I have anybody shoulder surfing or looking over my shoulder at my screen, and if I don't have those dots there, then they can easily take a screenshot with their phone, or take a picture, I'm sorry, and just use that for later use, okay? So that's a good example of obfuscation. So moving on, the types of attacks that encryption actually prevents, or actually makes it harder for attackers to actually get the reward that they want, are your typical man in the middle attacks. Those people who are using Wireshark. Remember, Wireshark is just a sniffing tool, a protocol analyzer tool. Tool is the proper word for it. As you see here, Now, remember what Wireshark can do. I can go to any place in the world with my PC. No one has to know that I'm running this application. And I could just click on the Wi-Fi here and then be able to capture packets as they go through. Okay, real time. So those are what you call man in the middle. Now, mind you, I clicked on my Wi-Fi, but that doesn't mean that I'm not capturing the data from someone who's on my Wi-Fi. Let's say if I have a neighbor that's using my Wi-Fi and I don't really know that they just connect because when you connect to a Wi-Fi signal, no one knows that you connected unless they're looking at the traffic. Okay, so let's say if my neighbor he got onto my Wi-Fi and now he's doing illegal activities on my Wi-Fi, I can use Wireshark to kind of look at the traffic and then see, well, I don't know who addresses 162.12.234.96. Let's do a lookup. Let's try to find out who is that. Let's see if I can do a quick. So this is a CMD, which is a command prompt. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, I want to do, sorry for a second. What I want to do is I want to say, NS lookup, all one word, enter. Let's put in 162.12.234.96. That is Zoom. So that's it came back to, okay, Zoom is doing all of this traffic here. That's the source, right? So it's talking to 192.168.0.148. Now, more than likely, that's me, my PC. So let's check it out. I could do 168.0.148. And yes, that's the name of my computer. So I can see here that this is the data. This is one packet or anything that's coming from 148, this IP address is my PC. So let's go into it. And we can start digging into, you see how it's encrypted, right? Because we're using, remember, let me see if I could bring that over. I guess, yeah, y'all can see that. So remember, I'm on my website, my web browser doing the screen today. So we're using HTTPS in order to communicate. Okay, so HTTPS is a protocol that uses encryption, right? That's why we have the little gray lock up here. We have our certificate. We're using what? We're using asymmetric keys in order to talk back and forth through Zoom. Okay, so that's what Wireshark can actually, you could start doing some reconnaissance, some snooping around. If you have bad intentions, that makes you a threat actor, right? Now you're going to actually use Wireshark to, go on and look at the traffic that's going across the network and then see if you can find out the victim that you want. Okay. And once you find that victim, now you're going to actually start drilling down into these packets, looking at them, seeing exactly what's going on, what's being sent. Okay. And that's called man in the middle. Now, the man in the middle is not necessarily an attack. It's just you're sitting on the network capturing what's going back and forth. You haven't committed any crime just yet. Now, it could go into privacy laws, but for the most part, it doesn't really. I mean, it's kind of edgy. But anyway, encryption always also goes against downgrade attacks, where we are trying to upgrade our systems, or maybe we have systems that are not up to date yet, and they don't communicate on a particular level where we're using a particular encryption level. Okay, so remember when I said in Monday's class, MD5 is a protocol, a hashing function that's considered to be unsecure. AES is unsecure. So say if we run into a issue where a PC only runs AES, well, now it's they're vulnerable to that downgrade attack where we can use an attack against that encryption in order to break that the network that we are using Wireshark to see going back and forth. We can use an attack to go against that old encryption method, break it, and then see what's actually the contents inside. Okay. Same thing when it comes to replay attacks. Well, not the same thing, but encryption also works against replay attacks where I'm using someone's session key in order to replay it for my own benefit. Now I'm using Wireshark again. I can see the session key that's in Wireshark, and now I can take that session key, open up a web browser on my side, and then be able to use that session key in order to go into your bank account or go into your account on whatever website that I want if I have that that session key that's for that site. Okay. So once I'm able to grab that session key, I can pose as you and do legitimate things because I have that session key that was implied to your user account. Okay, but encryption, hopefully, it stops that thing those things from being seen. Right, if we're running the necessary encryption on that session, then we don't have to really worry about anyone grabbing that session key and then replaying it for their use. Okay, so that's all I have for today. Hopefully that was a little bit more engaging when it came to record.
This meeting is being recorded.
All right, so chapter 9, we go into wireless network security. It first started talking off about Bluetooth attacks, being able to have Bluetooth enabled on your wireless device, and then someone able to actually get close enough to you to actually steal information away from you. So while we look at Bluetooth devices as being very convenient for us, we got our AirPods in, or we got our headphones on, or we connected to a car. Hackers can take those two things, or those that convenience that we have, and then use it to their advantages by actually sending you information that you don't really want. That's what you call blue snarfing here, where a theft. I'm sorry, blue jacking, where we're sending information to someone that we really don't want. That's blue jacking, and then blue snarfing is when we take information away from someone via Bluetooth. So we're actually able to connect to them and then actually send contacts over, pictures over, videos, anything across the network from your device to my device as being the hacker. We used to see this a lot back in the day when we had PDAs. PDAs came out and they were kind of like the first smart device that was actually handheld. So it was as big as your iPhone, but it was supposed to be more smarter than your normal Nokia phone at the time, where cell phones back in the early 2000s it had enough information to have your phone number, contacts, and maybe one game which was pixelated to Snake or some other really simple game. It really didn't do the internet type capabilities that your smart devices had now. So we had this thing called a PDA, which was kind of like a small version of a laptop, which was like I said, about as big as a iPhone Pro now, any kind of Pro Max that you may have. So it could do several things like go on the internet, keep more functions than your regular cell phone would have. The problem is that when it came to having Bluetooth on those type of devices, you can actually send files back and forth. And before they actually got smart to to the fact of actually putting security on your Bluetooth or telling you to turn your Bluetooth off, a lot of people will connect to these PDAs and then pull important information off. Now, you didn't normally see a regular person with a PDA, but if you would go to a Walmart or a Kmart, for example, you can see those stores actually having those PDAs in hand and actually doing inventory of stock products with their PDAs, right? So we can actually take some of that information off that PDA and then transfer it to ours if we're in the same vicinity. Um, so nowadays you don't necessarily see that happening via Bluetooth. What you see is an attack where you have near field communications, NFC type of attacks. And I don't know if you guys have seen the commercials where they want you to buy this type of metal that goes into your wallet, and that causes a friction in the radio waves between um, your credit cards that actually use NFC technology in order for you to tap to pay, or your phone that actually, whenever you don't have your debit card on you, you can tap your smartwatch, or you can tap your phone to the actual swiper, and then it actually transfers your bank account information via the radio waves. Well, a hacker can come and sit beside you in a let's say a park, right? Let's say if they at Dillon Park and they sit beside you on the bench, and then while they're on their phone, they can actually transfer that information off of your wallet from your cards onto their actual device, and then steal that information away from you. So while NFC is cool and it's more convenient, again, um, hackers are not necessarily looking for a conveniency, but they're looking for the convenience in actually taking advantage of you. So I don't know if you guys seen those type of commercials where you can buy those type of metal protectors to protect or kind of disrupt those radio waves that allow you to transfer data back and forth. But what they're doing is disrupting the NFC fields in order for you to tap to pay, right? So just keep those things in mind. Do you really need it? Um, it's convenient. I'm not gonna lie. It is convenient to not really, if you got your hands filled and you just need to tap your watch real quick. I think that's nice to have, but just keep in mind that if you're not using that technology, don't open yourself to an attacker actually getting connected um, to you and actually stealing some information off you. Next, we got Wi-Fi protected setup, which is WPS. And going back to the example where I was asking you guys to actually put saying if we wanted a better Wi-Fi signal in the dorms, we might want to put a repeater out there in order to repeat the Wi-Fi signal throughout the dorm. We will use I would if I would actually do that, I would take my extenders that I have and I will go to the main router that's in that dorm. And 9 times out of 10, I'm going to see this button here, WPS, in order to connect those two devices over the radio waves. So think of it kind of like a NFC type of a function where you're doing a tap to play and it's communicating over the radio waves. WPS does the same thing, but it sets it up in a more secure mode to where I'm not able to sniff that traffic out, right? So I'm able to make that connection from one device to the next, and now I'm connected to that Wi-Fi network, and I can put it throughout the dorm wherever I feel like it. Or if this was a household setting, I can put that new extender wherever I want to put it at, and still be connected to the network. So that's how it's a very convenient way of buying an extender and saying, hey, all right, I'm gonna put it close to my router that's already in place, hitting those buttons pretty much simultaneously, and they communicate to each other that way and say, hey, I'm new to the space, I'm here to extend the network. And the primary router will say, okay, let me put you onto the network, and then I will have you as an extender. You can go wherever you want to be put at afterwards. So then you can unplug it and then go at the end of the hallway or go upstairs, mount it wherever you want to mount it at. plug it back in, and then it communicates back to the primary router and sets up the signal that way. Now this also works on printers as well. So a lot of these wireless printers, they have that WPS function on them, to where, again, you could just put it close to your router, hit those buttons at the same time, they communicate automatically. Now, if you don't want to do that and you wanted to manually configure these devices, you would have to go into the interfaces of the new device and then connect it to the old device, which is a little cumbersome, right? It's a lot easier to go about it just setting it up on a WPS. Next slide, we got the SSIDs. I remember talking to you guys about the SSIDs last time, showing you what I had on my network. I gave you a screenshot here, but basically I want you to just remember, when it comes to SSIDs, is that, do we want to actually show our SSID or not? Do we want to broadcast what actual Wi-Fi network we're actually putting out there, or do we just kind of want to we want to have a true understanding of what it is? And so whenever someone wants to get onto your Wi-Fi, you have to give them the direct name. So that could be a little cumbersome, to where, you know, if you're having a lot of guests over and they want to get onto your Wi-Fi, you don't really know the particular name, the exact spelling of it, they will never find your Wi-Fi. So a lot of people will choose to broadcast their SSID in order for people to connect to it, you know, without any issues. Okay. Moving on, we got WPA and WPA2. And this is how we want to encrypt our network when it comes to actual connecting, and then what type of encryption we want to have over our network in order to connect to it. Okay, so what I mean by that is here you see the screenshot that I have of my router. We go into Mitchell Main, but then we can set our security mode up to WPA2 in order to use encryption on our network password that we're going to set up. So let me show you that. Let me get to a browser and let's pull up my router. Excuse me. .92, 168.0.1. Still saying my browser is out of date, which is not. Log into my router here. And like I said, let's go into, should have showed you the password again, but it's all right. Y'all see I didn't change my password since the last time I blooped up and did it. So if y'all looking at this video again, if you wanted to come up and get on to my Wi-Fi, you know the password to get onto it. But anyway, we got the security mode here. We can change it to TKIP and AES. Now, the thing about the TKIP and the AES mode is that these are known unsecure methods of encryption on the network. So we don't want to use these. If we're going to use anything, we want to make sure we just keep it at AES. If you see anything with TKIP on it, Tango, Kilo, India, Papa, which is TKIP, we want to make sure that we don't use that. That is a known unsecured network, okay, or encryption. So we want to make sure that we use AES when it comes to pre-shared keys, which is WPA2, okay? And a lot of times in these routers, it'll show that it's recommended that we use this type of encryption on it, okay? So again, going back to my previous slide, you can see if I wanted to actually broadcast my SSID, if I wanted to take that off, then now whenever I go to my networks and I want to connect to a network, I won't see Mitchell Main here, okay? If I wanted to actually disable this network altogether, I could just hit that, hit save, and then like I did in the last class, I'll drop away from the actual Zoom call. Okay. So let's jump back to our last slide here. Well, let me close this out. Log out of that. And just to kind of let me not practice what I preach. The reason why I'm not changing my password, because you guys saw it, is because I have so many things that are using my network password, and so when you change that password on your Wi-Fi, you disconnect everything that's connected to the Wi-Fi, and I don't have time to go through and actually connect everything back right now. So I'm not practicing good security measures because I've shown myself to be vulnerable to show my password, but yet I'm not taking the due diligence to actually go and change the password on my phones, um, all my laptops, gaming systems, anything else that's actually connected to my Wi-Fi. So the reason why I'm doing that is just it's not convenient for me to actually do so. Um, but you should. That's the good security practices, is that if anyone sees your password by mistake or on purpose, then you should take the appropriate measures to change it to keep things secure. All right, so last slide here. Let's go into captive portals. That's supposed to be another P. Captive portals. And what that says is that you want to, before someone gets onto your network, if you can send them to a captive portal to actually encrypt encrypt their network connection once they log on to your network. You see this a lot of times in hotels. Whenever you log into a hotel network, they will ask you to go to a particular page and then accept the policies there, right? Remember in the the first couple of lectures that I gave you guys, I told you about acceptive use policies. What can you do on my network? What shouldn't you do on my network? What am I responsible for, right? Those policies need to be put out there just in case anyone comes out there and actually does some illegal things on your network. So captive portals can go ahead and give you an opportunity to put that policy out, and then have your users accept that policy. Okay. So again, when you see captive portals, remember, if you go to a Starbucks or you go to a hotel and you try to get onto their Wi-Fi, before they actually give you access to any type of websites, they'll ask you to go to this captive portal, accept the terms and policies, and then you're free to roam around the internet after you have accepted those policies. Because if anything comes back to where you're doing illegal activities on their Wi-Fi, then that keeps them from being legally um, not tied to it. So if you do any type of illegal transactions, they're not legally tied to it. They could say, hey, this user saw my policies and they accepted it, so I'm not legally tied to it, but I can give you all their information while they were on my router. Okay. Moving on to role access point discovery tools. So a lot of times you'll see some people get onto a network, and you may see a duplication of the same network, right? Uh, Let me see if I can show you that. Let's go back to this slide. And so what I mean by the same duplication of the same network is where uh, you see this areas network here is very similar. But when you see a duplication, you will see something that says areas, and then it will be exactly uh, 7B41 and maybe an underscore at the end, or a exclamation mark at the end. But either way, it's very similar to that actual broadcast name. And a lot of times those are hackers sitting out there waiting for you to connect to their network. And then now they're able to sniff the traffic that you basically volunteered for them. That's called evil twin type of attack. Um, we want to make sure that we are aware of what type of broadcast we're connecting to. If we don't have an understanding of um, what Mark H is, if this just happened to pop up on our network or in our vicinity to where we see it, maybe we don't want to actually connect to it. Maybe we want to stay clear of that. So that's what I mean by actual rogue AP access points. So we want to make sure that if we only are aware of these three at the top, and then all of a sudden all of these actually showed up later on, then we could consider these to be rogue access points. Maybe someone has plugged into our network and put up their own router in order to broadcast out. Okay. If going back to the example in the dorm, if you didn't get permission from IT and then you plug into your own router uh, at the schoolhouse, and then you're connected to their router, but actually giving off a broadcast signal under your own particular name, and you didn't get permission from Morris to actually do it, then that's called a rogue access point. And they should be able to detect that and then get you off the network. Okay. But a lot of times people don't have any tools to actually detect it. You have to actually just kind of ride around and see exactly who's broadcasting those names out. So again, going back to, if you want to keep your rogue access point, maybe you want to turn off that broadcast name. Last thing here, we got power level controls. So on our routers, sometimes we can well, not sometimes, we can change the power levels of how strong the radio signal is in order to broadcast out. So if I'm thinking, let's say if I have a router in the library on campus, and I wanted to reach the auditorium that's right beside it. Maybe I want to boost up that radio signal enough in order to reach that whole particular building, and include I don't know if it's still the art class on the side, but where the chorale practice at, and the back when I went, it was the art class. If I wanted to include those two classrooms on the side, maybe I want to broadcast that signal that powerful out. But maybe I don't want the dorm that's right across the street from it to actually get it. So maybe I want to throttle that power level down. And you want to do those type of things. So, going back to this slide here, I'm not reaching out to someone that could possibly connect to my Wi-Fi and break in. So just keeping certain things like the power level down, or in a manageable type of power strength, could be a security factor that we put in order to keep people out, right? If they're just you know in the dorm and they can actually reach the Wi-Fi that's over there in the gym, then maybe it's a little bit too strong. And we want to actually bring it down to where we could just cover the actual building that we're in, and maybe not out to the parking lot. Okay. So having the power level controls of our routers, and actually broadcasting out, keeping it in a manageable point, could actually work in our advantage. Going back over to the rogue access point, remember, if we are looking at our SSIDs and we don't recognize some of these SSIDs, maybe it could be a rogue access point that's sitting out there that could actually be used for malicious intent. And then finally, captive portals. Remember, if you're going to a Starbucks or some type of hotel or hospital, and they're giving you, matter of fact, even Morris does it, where there's a free Wi-Fi that Morris, you can connect to that, and then it shoots you to it tells you to get a two-factor of authentication, sends it to your phone or to your email, and that's kind of a captive portal type um, of a system there, where it's actually showing you a policy that you have to accept, and then once you're doing that, they keep you um, isolated from any other network just by going through a captive portal. Okay, so with that, I'm going to stop the recording. So. People coming in afterwards can look at the video. So test 3 is out there, ready for you guys to go ahead and complete. So try to complete that by Sunday. Again, nothing too stressful. So it's a test 3 that's out there, not counting the midterm. The midterm is going to be available on starting on Monday, going through the end of business on Wednesday. So that'll be 5 o'clock Wednesday next week. That's the 13th. All right. So go ahead and knock out that test 3 and then get ready for the exam coming up on Monday. So what will go into the exam? What will the exam cover? We're going to cover chapters 1 through 7. And it's going to be pretty much everything that we had lectures on, things that we talked about in class. Those topics will be covered on the exam. So it's going to be around 20 to 25 questions, multiple choice. I'm going to sprinkle some true and false in there. The big thing is that it's not going to be any type of time limit on this exam. So that's going to be good for your benefit. And like I said, it's going to be available on the 10th, going all the way up to the 13th. It will behoove you to go ahead and get this done in your free time. Just dedicate an hour and a half to it. Find some free time that you can really concentrate on the exam. Go ahead and knock it out. I don't think it'll take you an hour and a half, but just to go ahead and just make sure that you read every question and understand what I'm saying in the question, and don't overthink it. So I think that we went over some real good information, some real nice baselines of what security is, and these questions will reflect that. Okay. Now, in some questions, in some answers, I want you to be alert. Okay. That's the only thing I'm gonna say. Pay attention to detail, because I will throw things in there that are similar in the answers, but they may have a different spelling. They may have a different meaning, right? And just understand what I'm asking you, and then trust what you heard in your lectures, and then what you've read in the book. So trust those things, and you should have no problem with the exam. Also, I will not extend this exam. Okay. On the 13th, I'm going to turn in grades. Okay. So I will not extend it at all. Um, Grades will be turned in. So y'all can go ahead and get those reports. So just make sure that we have everything turned in by the 13th. Again, going back to test 3 that's out there, make sure you go ahead and do test 3, which is on social engineering and host security. Um, and then make sure you go ahead and do your midterm. Okay. Again, it will behoove you to go ahead and do the test 3 sometime this week, going into the weekend, and then uh, starting on Monday to the Wednesday, go ahead and knock out the midterm. I'm turning in grades on that Thursday or Friday. Okay. So some of the topics that we're going to be covering on the midterm exam. Now you can play back this lecture, and I think it should help a good bit. But if you've been paying attention and really going over the lectures and reading the book, you shouldn't have no problem with it. So I want you guys to understand what Wireshark is, how we use it as a man in the middle tool, but how hackers use it as a man in the middle attack. Okay, so remember, Wireshark is that tool that I'm going to take and get on the network and be able to see the traffic going back and forth. Okay, I'm using that as a reconnaissance tool. I'm using that as a protocol analyzer. This is the way I can sniff the network. Okay, that's the technical or the jargon that we use in the informational security world, is that we're sniffing the network. More than likely, we're going to be using Wireshark. Okay, uh, patches. I want you guys to understand what patches are, who they come from. More than likely, patches and updates are probably going to come from your manufacturer, whoever made the product. So patches come from Microsoft. They come from Apple. They come from, let's say if you got a Tesla, the updates come from Tesla, right? So patches slash updates are one and the same. They're probably going to come from a manufacturer, and what they're doing is those patches are there to cover up the vulnerabilities that have been found in the software. Okay. Now, NS lookup and who is tools that we use when it comes to reconnaissance, right? Remember, when it comes to finding out what type of IP addresses that these websites actually talk to and the DNSs that they are associated with, we use tools like NS lookup and who is in order to find out um, exactly who registered those things and what region of the country they may be coming from. So that's where we're using those tools at. Okay. Social engineering attacks, the midterm goes into different types different types. I'm going to highlight dumpster diving, tailgating, phishing, and whaling. Okay. So remember, dumpster diving is that I'm going to see if I can find out what type of information that the business has thrown away. I'm gonna jump into the dumpster and retrieve any type of paperwork that they haven't shredded. Okay, so in order for us to beat dumpster diving, we probably want to have a policy built in order to say, hey, let's go ahead and shred the paper instead of actually throwing it away. Tailgating, remember, people just want to be nice. It's human nature to be polite. So tailgating is very effective. And we can go ahead and just follow people into a building that we don't supposed to be in. Phishing, whaling. Remember, phishing is kind of like your spams, right? It's some type of form of social engineering that's taking emails and then convincing you to click on links or to give up information within an email. Whaling is where I'm using that phishing form, but I'm targeting higher individuals in the business. So your CEOs, your presidents, your chief financial officers, people of high standards or high statutes. I'm going to target them with my phishing campaigns, and that's called whaling. The exam also goes into logic bombs, insider threats, cookies, DOS, which is denial of service, the CIA triad. If y'all remember that, that's from the beginning of class, one of the first two classes that I actually gave. So we talked about that a while back. We went into script kiddies, APTs, hackers. Remember, those are the type of levels that you have. Script kiddies are going to be your novice, your newbies. APTs, advanced persistent threats. Those are, yes, advanced persistent threats. Those are going to be your more seasoned um, hackers that are state sponsored, actually getting funded by the government. And then you have your hackers, your middle of the ground. They're not script kiddies, but they're not APTs either. So just know the difference between those. We talk heavily about ransomware, getting those viruses on your PCs that's locking up your PC, and then you have to pay a ransom in order for it to be to get the password to unencrypt the data that they have locked up. I want you guys to understand what steganography is. Steganography is when someone is using pictures of some sort to actually send the data out. So they have a regular picture on their desktop, but they have embedded sensitive information, some type of PII in the picture, and now they send it out past our security controls, and we have no reason in to think something's wrong, because to us it just looks like they used a picture to send out information, well, to send out to an outside source, right? I want to go back up to logic bombs. Remember, logic bombs are um, viruses that are dormant. They lie dormant until a certain time to detonate, and then once they detonate, they actually apply the attack. They apply whatever um, attack that they were designed to do, whatever malware that they were designed to be. That's when it's allowed to spread out to the network. So it's a logic bomb. More than likely, your insider threats are probably going to do stuff like that, where someone may be mad about the company in a case of they didn't get a raise, or they didn't move into a position that they wanted, so they become disgruntled, and now they're going to implant a logic bomb to set off after they quit the job. And then now 3 months after they're removed from the business, it sets off a bomb or a virus within the network. Okay, so your insider threat, I kind of touched on that. Those are your people who are already in the company. They already have usernames and passwords, and they are allowed to go to different places on the network. But now, if you don't really keep people happy, sometimes they have a tendency to turn into a threat, or someone who can let go of your information without any type of repercussion. So your insider threat is something that every company faces, and that we need to be aware of when it comes to um, how to keep your information in-house and keep them from being able to let that information slip out because of they may not be aware of what they're doing, or they may be doing it on purpose. So we have to ride that fine line of how do we actually keep all this stuff in line. Cookies. Remember, cookies are a valid way for a company to actually track your browsing history. Remember when I went and showed you guys different types of cookies that are actually being shown? They ask you if you want to accept the cookies. So they're asking you, do you want us to track you and your browsing history? They track you that way, and then when you go to a different website, you may see them advertise to you off in the corner somewhere. So they're using those cookies to actually validate that you are this type of surfer, web surfer, and they're going to um, use that browsing history to actually give you advertisement. Denial of service, lastly, is whenever we are wanting a particular service from a website or from a vendor and we don't get it, right? So this can come in many different forms. It could be, a regular, the logic. Well, the more generic one is just kind of a hacker gives you a piece of malware. It's installed on your PC. Now you can't get to your websites. That's a denial of service. But it also could be man-made, where a denial of service could come from the hurricane, like how we had a hurricane watch uh, last Friday. And now that, let's say if the hurricane was way worse than what it was, and it was kind of like Katrina size, that happened in 2009 or something like that. But if it was that type of hurricane and it actually, knocked out power, and um, it put a whole city on hold as far as running business, then that's a God-made, more natural disaster, but it still falls under that denial of service type of attack. And so we need to actually prevent those type of things, and plan for those type of attacks that may be coming our way. So finally, the exam is going to cover firewalls. Remember what firewalls are. They're going to sit at the perimeter of our network, and they're going to pretty much look at the traffic that's coming in, and then drop or block or deny any type of traffic that they deem to be malicious or is not recognizable on the list of rules that they have. So a firewall is going to be on a network side, and then it's also going to be on your host network. So when I say your host, that's your actual PC, that's your actual computer that you have in your lap. But the network, where your routers are, they're going to actually have firewalls as well. We got into a little bit of cryptography. So I want you guys to understand what cryptography is from a very high level. Remember, that's taking plain text and making it into unreadable text. Okay. So taking something that could be read and then making it unrecognizable. That's going to be that's how we're going to explain cryptography. So hashing, when we were talking about cryptography, we also went into hashing we're using hashing for the integrity of data. So we'll take a hash. It's kind of like a fingerprint, right? It's taking a piece of data and it's making it unique only to that data. And so you remember when I showed you guys how we went to how do we make a hash with the SHA network or with the SHA family, and we actually took the example that I made of my name is Lee, and then we put it into our hashing converter, and it created a actual message digest of a output of a message digest. So it's kind of like a unreadable text, but it's what it really is just a hash of what that sentence is, right? Applied against the algorithm. And so I want you guys to, for the exam, know that people use that hashing method when it comes to the validity of software downloads. So if I'm going out to Microsoft.com and I want to download a copy of Microsoft Excel, in order for me to know that I'm actually getting the correct copy from Microsoft, I need to look at the hash and say, okay, the hash matches up with the hash that Microsoft is giving. So I can say without a shadow of a doubt that I have the right application from that vendor. And it supports my integrity when it comes to knowing that I got the right download for that application. Now that also kind of goes into our last point here, which is non-repudiation. And non-repudiation is having that cryptography or that hash onto an email, and then now it also promotes the integrity of the email, and it says that, hey, you can't deny that you actually sent this to me. This came from you. Just like how you couldn't deny that I got a different piece of software from Microsoft. If my hashes match up, then it's a high probability that I have the right software, and it's a high probability that I have that you sent me this email and no one else could have sent me that email. So that's non-repudiation. More than likely, and I'm gonna stop my recording.
Our first lesson will be on summarizing the fundamental security concepts. In this lesson, we will learn about summarize information security concepts. Compare and contrast security control types. Describe security roles and responsibilities. These concepts are the cornerstones of information security and should be considered in any industry that you may find yourself in as a cybersecurity professional. The CIA triad is a fundamental framework in information security. It stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability, representing the three core objectives for protecting information systems and data. Here's a breakdown of each principle. Confidentiality. This ensures that only authorized users can access and view sensitive information. Imagine confidential company data like financial records or customer information. Strong access controls, encryption, and data classification are all measures that can help maintain confidentiality. Integrity. This principle emphasizes the importance of data accuracy and trustworthiness. Data shouldn't be modified or corrupted without authorization. This includes protection against things like malware, unauthorized data modification, and even accidental data deletion. Availability. This guarantees that authorized users can access information and systems whenever needed. System outages, denial of service attacks, or hardware failures can disrupt availability. Implementing backups, disaster recovery plans, and having reliable infrastructure all contribute to achieving availability. The CIA triad offers a simple yet effective way to assess the security posture of an information system. By considering these three objectives, organizations can identify weaknesses and implement appropriate security controls to safeguard their data. A cybersecurity framework provides a structured approach to managing cybersecurity risks, and that structure translates directly into a baseline for identifying, responding to, and recovering from attacks. Here's how. Common language and process. Frameworks establish a common set of terminology and procedures for cybersecurity within an organization. This creates a shared understanding among different teams on how to approach security issues. This common ground makes it easier to identify potential problems and communicate effectively during a crisis. Most frameworks outline a series of core functions like identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. These functions provide a roadmap for organizations to establish essential cybersecurity activities. Having a defined roadmap helps ensure no crucial aspects are overlooked when building defenses and response strategies. Frameworks don't prescribe a one-size-fits-all approach. They help organizations prioritize their security efforts based on their specific needs and risk profile. This allows them to focus resources on the most critical areas first, rather than spreading themselves thin trying to address everything at once. Benchmarking and improvement. Frameworks often include references to best practices and existing security standards. This allows organizations to benchmark their cybersecurity posture against established industry standards and identify areas for improvement. This continuous improvement helps organizations stay ahead of evolving threats and strengthen their defenses over time. In essence, a cybersecurity framework acts as a blueprint for building a robust security program. It establishes a baseline way of thinking about security, ensuring a coordinated approach to identifying, responding to, and recovering from cyber attacks. A gap analysis is a business tool used to assess the difference between your current situation and a desired future state. It's essentially a way to identify areas for improvement. Gap analyses can be used in many different areas of business, from marketing and sales to human resources and operations. They are a valuable tool for any organization that wants to improve its performance. In cybersecurity, a gap analysis is a systematic method for evaluating an organization's current defenses and pinpointing areas where they fall short. It's like a security checkup to identify weaknesses before attackers exploit them. First, you establish your desired security posture. This considers your business objectives and what level of protection is necessary for your data and systems. Then, you assess your existing security controls. This involves reviewing policies, procedures, and tools currently used to safeguard your network, applications, and data. Next, you compare your security posture against industry best practices or regulatory requirements. This helps identify areas where your defenses don't meet recommended standards. By analyzing the gaps, you can pinpoint potential security weaknesses. This might involve vulnerability scans, penetration testing, or reviewing security logs for suspicious activity. Not all vulnerabilities are equal. You'll then prioritize the weaknesses based on their severity and potential impact on your business. This helps you focus resources on addressing the most critical threats first. Finally, you develop a remediation plan outlining steps to close the security gaps. This plan might involve implementing new security controls, updating policies, or improving security awareness training for employees. The findings and recommendations from the gap analysis are documented in a report for future reference. Access control is essentially a security system that regulates who or what can access something. It can be used for both physical security, like controlling access to a building, and logical security, like restricting access to computer systems or data. There are two main components to access control. First, we have authentication, which verifies someone's identity. Common methods include passwords, PINs, key cards, and fingerprint scanners. Then there is authorization. Once someone is authenticated, this determines what they are allowed to do. For instance, an employee might be authorized to access their work computer but not the server room. Security controls are the tools and procedures you use to safeguard your organization's critical assets, which can be data, systems, facilities, or even people. These controls can be broadly categorized into four main areas, each playing a crucial role in building a strong security posture. Managerial controls. These are the high-level policies, procedures, and guidelines that set the overall direction for security within your organization. Operational controls. These are the day-to-day practices and procedures that implement the managerial controls. Technical controls. These are the technological tools such as firewalls and antivirus tools used to enforce security policies and procedures. They will provide automated safeguards. And we have physical controls. These are the tangible measures taken to secure your physical environment and assets. Security control functional types categorize security controls based on their intended outcome. These functionalities work together to create a well-rounded security posture. By combining these different functionalities, you can create a comprehensive security strategy that safeguards your organization from a wide range of threats. Preventive controls. These controls aim to stop security incidents from happening in the first place. They form the foundation of your security strategy by proactively addressing potential threats. Detective controls. As the name suggests, these controls detect security incidents after they have occurred. They help identify suspicious activity and potential breaches. Corrective controls. These controls take steps to recover from a security incident and minimize the damage. They focus on restoring systems and data after a breach. Directive controls. These controls provide guidance and instructions on how to implement security measures. Deterrent controls. These controls discourage potential attackers from targeting an organization in the first place. They make your organization a less attractive target. Compensating controls. These controls are alternative measures put in place to address existing vulnerabilities or weaknesses. They provide an extra layer of security when a primary control might be insufficient. Cybersecurity is a team effort. An effective cybersecurity team works together to protect an organization's IT infrastructure, data, and devices from cyber threats. The CISO is the executive responsible for the overall cybersecurity strategy and posture of the organization. They set the direction, develop policies, and ensure sufficient resources are allocated for cybersecurity efforts. Security analysts are the foot soldiers of cybersecurity. They monitor network activity, analyze security logs, and investigate suspicious events to identify and respond to potential threats. Security engineers design, implement, and maintain the technical security controls that safeguard systems and data. They configure firewalls, manage intrusion detection systems, and ensure systems are patched and up to date. Security architects plan and design the organization's security infrastructure. They consider security throughout the system development lifecycle to ensure new systems are built securely from the ground up. SOC analysts work in a central location to monitor security systems for suspicious activity 24/7. They analyze alerts, investigate incidents, and take steps to contain and remediate threats. These are just some of the many cybersecurity roles. The specific roles and responsibilities will vary depending on the size and complexity of the organization. Imagine a mission control center but for cybersecurity. A security operations center is a physical or virtual facility staffed by security professionals who continuously monitor an organization's IT infrastructure for threats. They act as the central nervous system of an organization's security posture. DevSecOps aims to change that by weaving security considerations into every stage of the development process, from initial design to deployment and ongoing maintenance. By integrating security into the development process, DevSecOps helps to deliver more secure applications faster. Incident response is a well-defined process for handling security breaches. It's like having a fire drill for cyber attacks. An effective incident response plan helps to minimize damage, contain the threat, and recover from an attack as quickly as possible. Having a well-rehearsed incident response plan allows organizations to react quickly and efficiently to security breaches, minimizing downtime and the overall impact of the attack.
One of them up and then the other one in another tab. So just right click on one and just open it up in another tab.
I'm using what am I using? The MacBook. Where my mouse
Okay.
is? Yeah.
No problem, no problem. We could just, because it's gonna be the same thing, just one looks different, right?
Yes, sir.
But this is what I was saying, how you got the open tickets, the unassigned tickets, and then all your other categories off to the left.
Mm-hmm.
You got different categories at the top that you can use and navigate to. And I'll let you just, whenever you get free time, just go through everything, see what you got questions on, and just let me know.
Yes, sir.
But this is your typical help desk, service desk queue. If they, you get into a business and they say, hey, we done put 2 tickets in your queue, this is where you're going to go at and check those tickets, update those tickets, and then close those tickets.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now go to version 2 real quick, just to kind of show the difference. It's just the updated version. It looks a little bit more appealing to the eye with the little user icons off to the left, but nothing. It doesn't say anything different. So either you'll run into one or the other. You'll run into ones that, we saved a little bit of money, so they gave you version 1, or we spent a little bit more money and we get a little bit more features with version 2.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But it's typically the whole same thing. Now, users normally don't see this side of the ticketing system. They see what you were logged into the first time.
Okay.
First time. That hey, you could submit a ticket here, and then they're able to check their tickets in that type of platform. But here, this is where IT people, we go and we check our tickets and then we update them. This is what you call the back end. I guess you could say it like that. Some people may use that terminology, the back end. Let me go and check my tickets, things like that. Any questions?
No. I like this. This interface, version 2 interface, look a whole lot better than. Well, I'm not saying a whole lot better. Yeah, it's more streamlined, I guess.
and go to RMM. This is the work I've been doing. So I got some clients for us to look at, and these are the agents that I have out there that's actually on machines, and some are running, some of them are already reported issues. And we'll get into this as we go along with these sessions. But you can, I got these there, so now you can click on the ones that I highlighted and just look at the, it'll let you drill so far into like file locations.
Yes, sir.
It'll let you remote into them, which I would not suggest. But
yes.
This is not just me and my household. This is, I think, 2 other households. Yeah, oh yeah. This is real. Whenever I say, hey, we have an application out there, we need to make sure this application is off all PCs that's under our care. You can go in here and we can look in the application part of them and then tell that endpoint to take it off.
Okay.
So we'll get to that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Whenever those names, those computer names are highlighted, you can click in them and then, drill down into them to see the information that the endpoint has collected. Okay. So This is your typical dashboard. Well, this is my dashboard. Your dashboard is at the top, and I'll go over that in a minute. But this is what I go and look at my agents, see what's actually going on. All right, this is what I'm gonna check every morning to see who's out here wilding out, what I gotta do. I got some mobile devices. You see a couple of iPads in there. I even got a couple of Android tablets in there. And I got geofencing on them, so I know the locations of those tablets, those mobile devices. That's crucial for MDM management, mobile device management. So all those things we talked about in Security Plus, this is putting the rubber to the road here.
I like this.
All right. Now, if you want to put an endpoint on your machine, let me know, or you can just go ahead and download it. I did put this endpoint on some of my virtual machines as well. So,
okay.
Because remember, your virtual machines are, even though they're sitting on VirtualBox and may not be turned on, when they do turn on, they're connected to the internet, and they may be up to date and patched. They may not be. So it'll be good if you had an EDR system on it or an endpoint on it to be able to look at it from a high glance, from a high point to see what's going on with it.
Okay. What I do then is I use the HP to spin up a virtual machine because the MacBook, I don't have enough memory of it. Even with a solid state hard drive, the extra one, I just don't have the extra memory. So I'm gonna spin it up on HP. I think I can create a server and a regular machine. And
you as a security professional, you're gonna go through and see, okay, I got 10 alerts. What's going on here? And we'll get to this on why this is wilding out like that.
Okay.
But this is, when you look down into it, this is your threat hunting at a glance. This is how you dig into what's actually going on with the vulnerability. What is the hacker trying to do? Not saying that this is being actively hacked right now, but this is how you threat hunt. This is how you look through and you see what processes is happening on that computer to see exactly what is the hacker trying to do.
Okay.
Okay. But you still get your, you get your little nice graphs.
Yes, sir.
Things to print out to people, getting an overlay of the network overall. So in our network, for Mitchell Technologies, we got 2 Androids, at least 5 iOSs. Not at least, but we have 5 iOSs, at least 2 iPhones. I'll say that, and mostly Windows machines. But I like this that it also breaks it down over into device types too.
Yes, sir.
When people ask you what's in your network, it's nice to say, hey, take a look at the dashboard and say, okay, yeah, man, no, we only got 1 server in the that we're tracking. So if you see another server that's out there on the network, then we need to take a look at that because we should only have 1.
Yes, sir.
I'll go over ownership whenever we get to that, but it's basically you could set up different types of ownerships as far as let's say if it belonged to the legal department, HR department, so on and so forth.
Yes, sir.
And then the all important, what versions are we on? A lot of IT directors, CISOs will want to know what version that we're on. A key note to remember is that you probably want to be on the 1 version back than the latest version. Just because if we haven't tested out the new version, and let's say the new version is vulnerable, then and we already pushed it out to everybody, there's no way to really roll back until the new version comes back out. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, because you get hit with a 0-day exploit, and if you're on the new version,
Right.
you have to wait till a patch comes through to try to fix it.
Right. So we want to stay 1 behind, and then whenever that new one, because we know a new version is going to come, right? So
yes,
whenever that new version comes out, we'll make a way and make sure that we're not vulnerable for the one that we're going to jump to.
Okay.
At least have some type of mitigation in place that if we're going to move up, that we can have something in place just in case we become, that vulnerability makes us more risk aware to risk acceptable to what we're comfortable with.
Yes, sir. Now,
All
let
right.
me ask you a question. In that regard, that is for like operating system, iOS's or Windows operating systems. What I'm looking at here is regarding Android, Windows, and Mac OS operating systems that you want to stay 1 version behind. Is that what you were referring to?
No, not in regards to that. But you can look at it. So we'll have a conversation about it, right? So if we're like in our network here, let's say we call this give me a business name. Harmony Enterprise.
Okay.
So for Harmony Enterprises, we got these clients out here right now, and we're saying that, hey, we're on Windows 10, but we know Windows 11 is out here, and they're talking about actually moving up after Windows 11 soon. Well, me and you will sit down and take a look at it and say, hey, all right, can we move up to 11 because 11 is more secure? You'll say, yeah, we can. Any applications that can't work with 11? No ally applications can. Okay, then it'll be better for us to just go ahead and eliminate the vulnerability of being on a later version of Windows and just move up to Windows 11.
Yes, sir.
Now, in certain cases where, like, I'm working for the industrial industry, a lot of our equipment, those conveyor belts, a lot of machinery can't work with anything but Windows XP.
Yes, sir.
So what do? We don't want to move up. Yeah, we can move up to Windows 10 or Windows 11 and leave XP up behind, but then we can't use the conveyor belts no more. So me and you will sit down and say, okay, all right, since we have to have XP, they can't be on the internet. All right, because the application could probably work without the internet. The application just needs to tell the conveyor belt just to move to the left, move to the left. That's it. It doesn't need the internet for that. So we could just leave that computer on XP and, you know, cut off the network card for it. Make sure it doesn't have any network connectivity. Or segment it on the network. Put it in its own VLAN. Make sure it can't get out. But, you know, you still run a risk of it being connected to the internet.
Yes, sir.
All right. So we'll go over all of this other stuff in upcoming sessions. We did the device list. Good stuff here that you can click through. User list. Everybody here. All right. Now the configuration templates. This is like GPOs. This is how we tell the device how we want them on our network. As you can see here, and the word of advice, if you're going to put one on your iPhone or something like that,
yes, sir.
To revise iOS. Don't do the first one that I had, which is down here.
Okay.
That's going to have you change the password like every 2 minutes. Feeding me off. But you can't go in here and change them. You got to make a new one and then change it. So if you go here to revise, this is what I mean. We tell the device what to do. So go to edit, and then we can find what things we want, but then we can go in here and we can edit these rules. These are rules that we set. So in Harmon Enterprises, if we don't trust our people, hey man, let's just make sure that we give them a minimum of 6 on the passcode.
Okay.
Things like that. And we can tailor our policy off of these configuration templates. And then once we're ready to, let me get some more stuff. We can even do this. You lock it down if you really wanted to. No, you can't install nothing. No, you can't uninstall nothing. No, don't use the camera. No FaceTime. None of that. I don't want no hotspot or nothing. We can do all of that here by editing and pretty much just unclicking.
Okay.
But then once you do that, the way you get it to go to that computer, that iPhone, you have to download that app. So you have to download this endpoint. We'll go over that in just a second. But anyway, you got to download that endpoint on that device. And then you have to tell that device to look for this profile. And once it goes under that profile, then it acts the way I want it to, because this is the configurations I want it to have. Okay?
Okay.
So if I didn't want anybody to download Netflix on a company phone, hey, I might have to say, is it just Netflix I don't want? Oh, yeah. Well, okay, maybe I don't want to block any and every app from the App Store. Maybe I should go in there and have it look for a particular app in a different section. But maybe, this is a widespread profile here. So this is going to hit everybody. And so if we're just going to say is this certain things we want, we're going to probably manipulate this profile to show that.
Okay.
Yeah, this is how it works right here. This is MDM.
I like this.
Right. Yeah. And so what I would suggest to you, you can go in here to these profiles, and just like how I got this test here, highlight it, and then clone the profile. Clone it, and then you rename it so I know it's you. And then you know, build your own profile on how you want it. Then test it on a machine or test it on a device that you want to put it on.
Okay.
And see if that's the type of reaction that you want. So if you had a nephew or a niece or something like that you ain't want them to, you know, have stuff on their phones and stuff like that, yeah, throw this on there. This is a great way to do that. Same thing when it comes to Linux devices, Windows machines, Mac OS, same thing.
And I can do this on virtual machines as well.
That is correct.
Okay.
So
And
let's jump to, go ahead.
you can you go back one screen? I want to make sure I get the right profile that I'm supposed to use. You want me to use the revised iOS profile as the template? Or it could be any of those.
You can do any. Once you clone it, it's yours. I don't care.
Right.
You know, it doesn't matter because what you're going to do is you're going to come in here and do this. Let's say we want to clone this Linux one, right? We're going to click this little, we're going to select it here in order to give us the options at the top.
Okay.
It's great out here. So we're going to select it. Then I say, okay, I clone it. It's going to automatically drop that down. I say this is these tests. I probably don't like the apostrophe. Testing out this new, clone it. Now it automatically throws me in, but now I can go through, and if I had me a Linux box that I wanted on this profile, I can go ahead and throw it in here. I can go ahead and configure my antivirus to scan whenever I feel like it. This is what I'm going to do. Schedule scan. Real nice stuff. Go to my updates. When do I want it to reach out for updates? Find access control. So that we can do enable the password protection. This is what we do whenever we're gonna, let's say we got a new client. Let's say, yeah, like you just joined the company. This is what I'm gonna do to your computer before I send you the computer. This is why you can't just do whatever you feel like doing once I give you the computer.
Yes, sir.
Because this is what we call locking down or hardening. I'm going to set the configurations up to what's the standard of the business. And then once I give it to you, and let's say you put in a ticket and say, I can't install iTunes on my my MacBook. Well, yeah, that's because it's not an authorized application for the business. I prevented you from doing that from the get-go.
Okay.
And it's done all here with these profiles.
All right. All right. I like this right here.
We'll get into data loss prevention too. This is good too.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, play around with these profiles whenever you feel like it. Or you know, if you got a question and you want to go through one next time, let's go through one and then we'll throw a couple machines in there and see how it reacts. See how long it takes for that machine to actually talk back to this server and say, okay, no, I'm not going to allow screensavers to be put on this machine. Then we go test it out and we see if it works or not. So the security part of it, the endpoint, and this is where the antivirus is highlighted here the most. I think this is a highlight of this Exidium platform, just because it's a response tool that not only can it scan and look for a virus, it can also respond to it and isolate the machine and so on and so forth like that. People are paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for companies just to have this type of technology on their machines. So having that endpoint there, man, it's a big thing. I think this is if I can get this into a school system or a small business, and we could see this on a larger scale, you'll really get to understand where I'm coming from when it comes to the value that comes along with it.
Let me ask you another question then. I have Trend Micro and Malwarebytes on both my computers, laptops. Now, with this, does it interact with Windows Defender, or will it interact with Malwarebytes and Trend Micro?
It will treat it as its own separate application. So it's not going to fight with those applications, but it's not going to work in conjunction with it.
Okay.
So those endpoints, a lot of endpoints can be on your computers at one time. So like here, I got Muninet on here, and it scans, right? But at the same time, it doesn't talk to Obsidian. And then the reason why I don't like it is because I can't look at it from any place in the world. It's just like how you're logged into the platform, and you could see the endpoint that's on this computer that I'm sharing with you right now. And say, hey, this is Mitchell, I think we need to take a look at it. Something's going on in the background. I can't get that much information out of here. It's just pretty much, hey, did you do a scan today? Did you find anything? No. All right. Well, this does that too. It does the scan, but I'm also able to dig like we seen in the earlier listing of it in the, what was it? Your regular EDR, Malwarebytes, things like that. The company of, whoever works for Malwarebytes or Microsoft Defender, they will see something like this that could be able to dig further into the files. But us being able to see this type of stuff right here, gold, man. And then you can investigate. And once you start putting all this stuff together and, you have a case on, you have a hunch, you see something in your firewall rules that says that, you have some strange activity, and then you get to, isolate that one machine. Let's take a look at the strange activity from the logs. Let's see if we can look at it here on the endpoint security portion of it. What did the endpoint see? And start digging down into it. Because more than likely, your regular A/B scan is not going to see this deep into the files. Hey, you actually got a memory leak, or this doesn't look, this for some reason at some point in time, this amount of traffic is always leaving from this directory, leaving out and going to this particular address on the internet, which says that somebody has already infiltrated and telling that that directory to send some information out to them. Your regular AV is probably just going to scan and look for signatures that they already know. Signatures are kind of like fingerprints of a known virus.
Yes, sir.
And that's what it's going to do. Hey, I don't see anything that I already know, so you're clean. This looks a little different. This looks deeper into it. And then, if you had some people that know what they're looking for, then actually, start to realize if you've been infiltrated or not.
Okay. All right.
All right. So now the applications, this is how, like I said, if let's say you read something and you say, hey man, I heard that the Zillow app was vulnerable on this version. Let's check to see who has it on their machines. And now you get a quick rundown of all the iPads that have Zillow on them. So this bulk installation package is, okay, let's say if we were working at a big university.
Yes, sir.
And we needed to put these endpoints on 500 machines.
Mm-hmm.
We can come here and work with a package installer called SCCM or EMMC, I think.
Okay.
Anyway, SCCM, Software Management System. They use that to take the endpoint that we will give them and then push them out to like thousands and thousands of connected computers. And they do this pretty much overnight. So this is how if you had like a hospital, right? New hospital just been built, you had 500 machines get put in throughout the hospital. You're not going to image each and every machine. You're going to put that machine in place, plug it up to the network, and now it's going to be listening on the network for that SCCM to give it the command to install Windows 10 or Windows 11, whatever. And then with that, it's going to also install this endpoint on each machine.
Okay.
So that's where the bulk comes in. That bulk installation package comes into play at. To remotely access your device, perform routine security maintenance, which will not interfere with your work. Please click allow to start a remote session. See how it works. So from here, now I don't see any changes to my desktop, right? But
yes,
here on the platform, now I'm able to actually drill down into this is what's actually on my actual file directory.
Okay.
Let me show you here. If I were to go to, let me see, that is program file. So let's see. You'll see how these kind of match up with each other. Intel, OEM.
Yes, sir.
This
is
how, if I wanted to see those files, but I don't know if I can actually open those files.
Okay.
So then you go into, do you have something that can read it? All that. I can download the file. I downloaded the file. Now that's risky. I'm gonna just tell you that up front. And if you're doing this, right. So you want to do this and know exactly what you're looking for when remoting into someone's PC. Now this is just the back end. So even though it's just the back end and they can still continue their work, they were prompted that you connected to their PC and they had to give you control. But like I said, if you download the wrong thing that was, above your pay grade or sensitive, let's say you got a secret clearance and you downloaded something that was top secret, now we got issues.
Yeah.
So always be careful on that.
Yes, sir.
But good for you is that you get to play around with this stuff, see exactly what you're doing, because you don't want to learn on the job when it comes with this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Don't want to get started.
Right. So you want, you know what I'm saying? And the funny thing is that a lot of companies that I've seen, they don't even have endpoints that can go that far in between, like the remote session of it. They might have what I use, TeamViewer, or they might use Microsoft Teams to share the screen and stuff like that, or Zoom.
Yes, sir.
But when it comes to like those type of applications, when it comes to executing, installing applications, you're going to need that user to help you along with actually getting things installed. So,
Yes, sir.
but I think there's still good stuff to look at and to learn.
Do companies make rules about remoting into computers? Because like at a bank, I used to work at BB&T a long time ago. You couldn't just randomly open up somebody bank account and just be like, yeah, let me see how much money this person. That is an automatic fireable offense. Do companies also make rules like that? So like if we catch you just randomly remote into people's computer without express permission, or if you have any like if that customer didn't give you permission to contact them to remote to the computer, that's an automatic termination.
Hey, I got this ticket for Emily. Emily is not, she ain't been at work for 2 days. I need to get this thing closed, because the one thing about tickets is that even though Emily put this in, the time starts on these tickets whenever she puts the doggone ticket in.
Okay.
So if she's not there for you to get consent to remote into a PC, you got to do what you got to do. Okay.
Okay.
But pro tip now, if you do that, you log all of that stuff here in this response. Or
Okay.
some of them have notes. You'll say user was not in, remoted into her machine, fix the issue, close the ticket. You cover yourself yourself by doing stuff like that. Now,
yes, sir.
Let's just go ahead and just jump into this one real quick. So
Okay.
this is a ticket, right? Your normal ticket, right? So
Yes,
Emily put this right in, and she put it in on the 26th. So we late on this ticket. The reason why we late is because of SLA time. So SLA is service level agreement. Service level agreement is a agreement that the higher ups have already made on your behalf to open it for users to open a ticket, and then for you to actually work that ticket and then close that ticket.
Okay.
When you get into this field, you will get to understand that SLA times can be a pain, because they normally don't start once you get these tickets. Okay.
Okay.
So you're going to be coming in at a higher level than help desk or service desk. So help desk, normally those guys, they just answer the phone and then they type these tickets up, and then they assign them to you. Okay.
Okay.
That's help desk entry level. Where you're going to be coming in at a security level or more of a desktop support role or what have you, you're going to be one level above that. So a lot of times your SLA time has already started, and where you think you had 4 days to close a ticket, you may have 2, a day and a half, 30 minutes.
Good. No.
But you cover yourself, because you see here, whatever, you know what I'm saying? It's already going to let you know. And before you get out here and start freaking out, just say, hey, I received said ticket at this date.
Okay.
The ticket was opened up on the 26th. I did not receive my account until the 31st. So, you just putting that in there. Is it going to count against you? Yes, it's still going to count against you. But your boss will know that it's not your fault. Okay?
Okay.
Now, let's see what she got going on. I'm having trouble setting up my work email on my iPhone using the mail app. Okay?
All right.
Now, that's just troubleshooting it. If me and you working through this issue right now, I would say, all right, Chris, have her call you up on a different phone, or talk to her on Teams or Zoom or something like that with the iPhone in her hand. And let's see if we can walk her through actually setting up the email.
Okay.
But we also, before we call her up, we probably want to go over here to the platform and see if she has the right profile on her iPhone. Because remember, we can set them up with different profiles, right?
Yes, sir.
And so we may have a profile, let's say, we set them up with different profiles here, Will, right? And let's say
Yes.
if you were testing one out and you accidentally threw her phone into this test profile, and now she can't set up her email because of it.
Okay.
So we want to just, double check, see if it's not in there. And if it's not, then you call her up and say, okay, walk me through what you're actually doing. And if you got this, more than likely, you're going to have the processes on a piece of paper, on a cheat sheet, and you're going to understand what's the proper steps to setting up an email. She's going to probably be missing some point. Maybe her email address needs to be changed. Her password is not right to her email address.
Mm-hmm.
And you just simply walk her through it. Once you walk her through it, and she says, oh, it's populating now, because I guarantee you, it's going to be probably a password issue. You tell her to calmly type her password in one character at a time.
Yes, sir.
She gets it right. It populates her email. She'll probably say, oh, you know what? I don't know what happened, but it just started working, right?
Yes,
She
sir.
says that, hey, it's all good. You say, all right, if you got any more questions or any issues, just give me a call. Glad to help you out. Put it right here in your response. Close the ticket.
Okay.
You see here. Well,
All right. So once again, you go and wait. Do you see if she's in that? No. Because she shouldn't be in there. So you give her a call, and ask her what was the last password. Do she remember putting in? Have her try that one more time. If that's not it, then you're gonna have to explain to her that you're gonna have to reset her password.
yep. You'll reset her password on a Windows machine where?
On a Windows machine. Oh, now. Do I remember that? In settings. You know what? I don't know. I'm gonna have to play around with it. I don't know that one.
Yes, you do. You do know. If we're in an enterprise, we at Harmon Enterprises, we're remote. He's using a Windows machine. More than likely.
Access and identity management. In the what's the thing called? We built these things on the thing. I know what to do that now. But I can't call it out. I can't call it out of my head right now. But I know what to do with it.
Yeah, if you know the application, then that's the only thing you got to do.
Okay.
Reset her there. You make sure she log in, update the ticket, close it out.
I know what it's on the tip of my tongue. That's gonna bug me right now. Active Directory. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
There you go.
So in lesson 3, we're going to start talking about performing security assessments. So as a security professional, sometimes we take network tools and actually see how traffic is moving from point to point on our network as well as outside of our network. And we need to be aware of the type of tools that we use in this types of scenarios, and then how can we use them to our advantage, and then also how can an attacker use it for their advantages as well. So the first thing we want to get into is opening up our command prompt and then typing in an IP config command to see what type of IP address that we get. And this is I want you guys to think about an IP address as kind of like your home address, right? So in order for you to receive mail
in the physical world, the post office will give you a postal address, right? And in order for someone in New Jersey to send you a letter, they need to have that address, and then it goes from post office to post office until it's able to go down your lane, your driveway, or what have you, and then into your mailbox. Well, the IP address is similar to that, right? Where your router is sort of like a post office, and it will assign your devices an address. This in case it'll be a IP address, and it uses that IP address in order to communicate to other devices within the world, whatever it may be, from a server to gaming consoles to your smart refrigerator that tells you how many degrees your milk is chilling at, right? So we can use an IP address to identify each other on the network, or in this case, the internet, right? So we can also use things kind of like a what's called a ping. So we can open up our command prompt, and I'll show you guys in a second. We'll open up our command prompt and we'll ping another address or a domain name, and it can return to us their address. So let's say if we wanted to know the IP address to the server for ESPN.com. And what we'll do is we'll ping ESPN.com. It'll show us the information there. So I'll show you guys that in just a second. To go back to our analogy of, how you actually have a physical address within the real world, and the post office will give you an address to receive and to actually deliver mail. The same thing in the computer world. We can route different ways of getting to different destinations, and in your computer it keeps this things and call what we call a routing table, and we have all the different IP addresses that we are familiar with, and then new ones that we verify and we understand that this is who they say they are. We put them in that routing table. We can also use our command prompt to show us trace routes, and that's kind of like what I was saying before of just showing the logical hops that a packet takes from your PC all the way to a receiving server or gaming station or what have you. So again, I'll show you all those things in just a second. Now, as security professionals, you will run across these things called a IP scanner or Nmap. What they do is they actually scan your network. What they you'll sometimes hear the terminology crawl the network. And what they do is they actually kind of do like a ping test or a more in-depth conversation to whatever device that's on that network, and it pulls information from it. So it will say, hey, I crawled the network and I see that there's 10 actual phones on your network, cell phones, and 5 of them are Android, and then the other 5 are iPhones. And then it can even get more granular by saying, hey, I found a PC on your network. This is the operating system that is running, and these are the ports, the communicating ports that are open to this PC. So it's very important to understand that we can use this as a administrative tool, right? We can make sure that we know what's on the network. We can know how we're communicating in and out, the data flow, correct? But also the bad guys can take this and actually do reconnaissance on your network. So they can actually not necessarily attack you that day, but if I want to get information about you and make sure that, hey, all right, I'm messing with Macs today because this is a Mac shop. This is a Mac place of business. They only run Macs in there and iPhones, iOS, right? So I need to make sure that I get the attacks, my playbooks ready for Macs, right? Whatever vulnerabilities that may be out for Macs. So this can be a good tool, but also it can be used for bad things as well. So like I alluded to earlier, these type of Nmap scanners can also do kind of a service discovery. So again, showing what type of ports you have open or what type of services that you're using to communicate to other devices on. It can build a fingerprint of how your network is set up, right? And this, again, it's good for an administrative point of view, from a high level, to see all of your blueprint or your fingerprint of the network, what we call a footprint, right? We can see the footprint of the network and see how data is coming in and out. But at the same time, it's also bad if someone else knows about that footprint, because the things that we're focusing on today or this week may not be the things that your hacker or your attacker is actually focusing on. So it's kind of, you need to understand when you see traffic spike up, or services kind of degrade down, or they bog out, because when someone's running these type of scans, it can cause printers to actually accidentally just print out gibberish or random sheets of paper, or it could cause different types of PCs to slow down tremendously to the network, right? Because it's actually pinging, seeing that it's up, pulling the information, communicating with it, and that is what we call very noisy, right? So whenever we see a lot of noise on the network, we need to be aware of that, and then do what's necessarily possible to find it and shut that communication off. Another way we can find out different types of PCs that's out there on the network, we can also do a netstat command, and that's showing everything that we have a connection to. And you can pull this command up, and you'll actually see how your PC is actually communicating out to different services, different applications. More importantly, NS lookups is a very important thing as a security professional, because we get to understand. It's kind of hard to look at numbers all day and IP addresses and IPv6 addresses and kind of disseminate what's what, right? But these NS lookups allow us to use those DNS references. DNS stands for domain name service, and it allows us to use that type of service to say it's google.com, and then we can get an IP address of saying that it's 8.8.8.8. I think that's too many 8s, but you get my drift, right? So we can use a English version or whatever language you may speak into translating it into an IP address version, so we can actually break things down to see exactly where things are going. Similar to a nmapping tool is your packet captures. So those type of tools sniff the network, and they actually capture all the packets that's going from one destination to another. The one that you'll probably see the most will be Wireshark, and Wireshark sniffs the network, and it pulls down all the packets that you're sending from your PC out to your router, out to your, if you're saying hello to your smart TV, it captures all of that stuff that's on your particular network. And that's why it's so important to, we can use this as a administrative tool and say, okay, we're having network issues here. Let's get the packet sniffer out. Let's see what's actually going on in the network. But we can also use it for bad cases, right, where someone that is not in your organization can go and take Wireshark to sniff your network to see who is communicating, what IP addresses are being going back and forth, what's the routes we're taking, and it can be used in that field as well. So here's a screenshot of Wireshark in action. Now in the following slide, I'll show you exactly. I'll give you a screen recording of how we actually go out there and download Wireshark and actually pull some packets off my network. But basically, this is how it goes. It captures all of these packets in real time, and we could take these packets and we can see exactly how they're communicating, and then who they're communicating with. And then in some cases, we can go into the packet and see if they're actually have any type of payload within those packets. So it's a good tool to have to do reconnaissance in. but it's also a good tool to have to understand how we can build our network to be as efficient as possible. Now let's stay in that realm of packets moving back and forth, right? So these packets are literally the actual letters, right? When going back to our analogy of having a physical mailbox and then the post office putting mail into your mailbox, right? The mail going into your mailbox are the packets in the computer world, right? So we want to say these packets going back and forth, they are enclosed within an envelope, right? And then within the envelope, we have the actual data that's going back and forth, and it needs to go to the right source, correct? So and you know, whenever we have someone tampering with our packets, they can inject things that they want to be in there, and then now we're getting outside activities thinking that we're, you know, communicating correctly, and we're being redirected in a certain type of way. So we're getting mail that we are not accounting for, and that's because people can get onto our network and be able to inject types of malicious, let's say, data in order for us to pass back and forth, right? Or to redirect us into a malicious site. So it's very important to understand how replay attacks work, as well as packet injections, to making sure that we are aware and that our users are aware that whenever we see any kind of weird activity on the network, that we're able to react to it in a timely manner. So let's talk about some software that we can actually use to exploit normal activity, getting on to the network and being able to inject some packets or be able to brute force some passwords. The main one that we want to focus in on is Metasploit. Metasploit is a known vulnerability software that can see the vulnerabilities and as well as be able to attack them. They can interject with malicious payloads, and is what a lot of attackers will use to, you know, actually break in and perform some of these attacks. So Netcat is a utility feature that we can use to where we can transfer files on the back end and not be discovered from the client's point of view. So it's a good utility to use when administering, but it's also can be a useful utility for a hacker as well. They can also perform port scanning and fingerprinting of that system, as well as they can use it to connect across UDP and TCP connections. A lot of times we see that the problem with vulnerabilities is that they live in a software world, right? So it's your application that's the problem. It's the actual OS, the operating system, that's the problem, or it's your firmware. They may be needing updates because they have a vulnerability that need to be met, or it needs to be mitigated in order for you to really kind of work on it securely. So it's very important for us to understand how to update the applications that we have on our network. It's very important to understand that if we have operating systems out there, will the manufacturer actually give you patches for it? And when I say patches, patches are built to bring in security measures for the vulnerabilities that's out there. So it's patching the holes, so to say, right? So will that vendor have that patch ready for you to actually apply to the software that you're actually working on? A lot of firmware that's out there, it goes unnoticed because a lot of times once we boot up a system, we jump past the firmware issues and we go straight into our operating system. And a lot of times an attacker may go and attack the part that we overlooked, that firmware. So we need to make sure that we are up to date on all of our applications, operating systems, and firmware. We also, when it goes back to operating systems, we want to make sure that it's actually up to date and is supported by that vendor. And I would say that'll go for everything, as far as applications as well too. It's a lot of times we may come across a software or an application, and the vendor, the people who actually created it, they're not in business anymore. So how do we go about communicating safely if there's no one doing any research on the back end to let us know that it's vulnerable? So just some things to keep in mind when going out there and looking at different applications, OSs, and such. Just to kind of continue on with that conversation of having software that's out of date. You don't want necessarily a legacy software that's out there and people are just kind of using it because it's worked for so long. Why should we change it? And a good example would be someone operating on Windows XP or Windows 7, Windows 8. And it's just like, hey, we set it up, but there's no problem. We don't have any problems with it. So why should we change it? Well, those are legacy operating systems and they don't receive any patches anymore. So if there's any kind of 0-day vulnerability to it, then they won't have any type of patch to come out and help you out with that. So it's a known vulnerability, and now it's a matter of time before someone can actually exploit that vulnerability. So a 0-day is whenever it's a vulnerability that's is very fresh, right? No one knows of it. It's kind of like the first day that it was actually discovered, and now there's a rush to actually find a remedy for it, or for the attacker side to actually exploit it. Because if I just heard about a 0-day that just happened, well, there's no patches out there to stop me. So if I can get to each and every device as quick as possible to exploit it, I don't have to worry about the patch management stopping my plans. On the flip side, if I was a good guy and I heard about a 0-day, I want to make sure that my vendor or whoever the application is with or operating system is with, is that they have a patch that came out and I'm able to apply that patch as soon as possible. So being able to stay upon, going out, doing your research, making sure that you're staying up on the news to see what type of 0-days that come out, and making sure that you apply your patches. Microsoft comes out with patches pretty much the first Tuesday of every month. And so we want to apply those patches. Now we can go into more granular schemes of putting it in a test field, testing it out, see if it breaks anything, then applying the patch. But for the most part, you want to make sure that you understand patches do come out and they're for that security reason, right? And we just need to stay up on those. We want to avoid weak configurations, right? Whenever we add a new device to our system or our network, sometimes it's easy just to place the new extender router here, and whatever configuration comes on it, hey, if it works, fine, I don't care, long as it works. But having, those accounts, sometimes different devices come with default accounts, and sometimes that information of how to log into those default accounts are public. So we can Google those type of, what's the admin username and password for a particular router that you have. And so if that information is public and you never change your default account, password or account, then it's easy for someone to Google that information, get onto your network, and then go into your devices. So we want to make sure that we have a plan in place to actually change those type of configurations. We want to make sure that we change the passwords to default accounts. Make sure that we configure the settings of whatever device to tailor our business needs, right? And we want to make sure that it doesn't have an overwhelming amount of permissions to do whatever it wants to do on the network. So a good example of that is why not take away everything that it can do and only give it the permission that what it needs to do, right? That way, if someone does get into a router or whatever device that's on your network, it doesn't give them the right to actually go out there and perform some of these things that just need permission in order to execute, right? So let's go a little bit deeper into that. Not only just having default passwords and accounts there, but going into that configuration piece, we want to make sure that we shut down. When I said, in that previous slide to take away things that it can do and only give it the things that it needs to do, we want to shut down different services, different ports that it doesn't need to work on. If we're not going to be doing any type of file transfer, why should I have FTP open? Right. So if it doesn't need to do that, then we need to shut those things down. Different protocols, the way it communicates to other devices. If we have a working knowledge of how we want our devices to work, then we can configure them to actually be more secure by being less, I guess, verbose as far as the things that it can do on the network. Also, setting up different encryption levels when it comes to our passwords, and this is more on the networking side. So if you have like a home router, making sure that we don't use weak passwords and weak encryptions on those passwords to make it easier for one to break in, right? Making sure that we have a standard there. These are different configurations that help us operate in a more secure manner. Now, if we have those weak configurations and default passwords still in play, then we run a high risk of letting vulnerabilities be exploited. And these can lead to data breaches. So we all know, or we all have heard of data breaches and how companies have fallen victim to these type of attacks, but it's pretty much where confidential data is being transferred without someone's authorization. So that could be malicious, but it also could be, a mistake on someone as well. So you have different aspects of data breaches as far as how data goes in and goes out, but that's why it's important for us to know how it's actually going out and making sure that we put constraints on those things so it's not happening so easily, right? But also with that, we can also have identity thefts. So we all heard how Experian has fallen victim of a data breach where millions of people's personal identity have been leaked out to the dark web. Also, these data breaches, not only do they have, impacts on people's actual data, but it also has kind of like a impact on a company's reputation. How many of you would still go to Nike and buy shoes from their website when they just released that they had a massive data leakage of people's credit card numbers? And it will damage their reputation as being a secure, responsible company for letting that type of information out. So it's something that we want to stay away from as much as possible, because it can have not only a physical damage to it, but it also can have that intangible, something that we can't touch, something that we more feel about a reputation of a company. So how can third parties play a hand in this? Think about all the third party vendors that you may have in your company. You may work for Wells Fargo, but they may use Adobe Acrobat. Well, Adobe Acrobat is your third party, and Adobe, I'm sorry, not the Acrobat is the actual product that they sell, but Adobe is their third party vendor. And if Adobe is under attack, then you need to make sure that the software that you're using is not a part of that, or what can we do to remediate that vulnerability that may be plaguing your network, because you're in a way letting them in because you have decided to use this vendor for whatever service, but now they may be under attack in some type of way. To give another example is if they have if let's say box.com, where it's a online a cloud storage service, if they have personal information of your customers, because you're using them to store information on there, and then they have a leakage of your customers, then in turn your reputation is damaged because you chose to go with that company. So it's very important to do research on who you decide to let come into your network, who you're giving your data to, where is that data actually lying at on your third party's software. So let's say go back into Google, or let's say Box.com. You can also do Google Drive, but let's say once we transfer data from our network to Google Drive or Box.com, where is it actually sitting at on their servers? Is their servers in Argentina? Is it in Spain? Is it in Africa? Do we have policies? Are we allowed to have our customers' data in those countries? So it's just different things that we need to think about when it actually bringing in third parties, and then what risk do they actually put on us indirectly. So we're going to start talking about security assessment frameworks, and a good place to start is with the NIST SP 800-115, and this is going to give you a bunch of guidelines, procedures, policies to actually take in and apply to your business for whatever reason that you may need it, and it'll give you a good overview of how to get started when it comes to vulnerability assessments, threat hunting, and penetration testing. Now, to break those three things down, vulnerability assessment is just kind of doing a risk management, right? Where we see what type of risks that are out there, what kind of vulnerabilities do we hold in our network against those type of risks, and then what are we going to do to actually manage those risks, or are we going to try to eliminate, mitigate, avoid different aspects like that? So that's vulnerability assessment. Threat hunting is more getting down to we know the threat, we know the risk that holds to that threat and that vulnerability, and so we're going after the elimination of that threat, or we're going to do some reconnaissance on that threat as well. With penetration testing, we're talking about having a outside vendor, or maybe someone who is dedicated on your team to actually probing the network, probing the policies, the things that we have in place, our security framework that we already have in place that's up and running. We're looking to attack that, seeing how to find any kind of faults within our security posture already. So that's penetration testing. So going into vulnerability scanners, we have these things in place in order to scan our network and see what type of devices we have on there, as well as the applications that they're running. And it double checks that application and that OS against a database of vulnerabilities and risks that are out there. And once it gives us a report of how the scan went, we are able to either remediate or to kind of get a better understanding of what type of risk that we are, what kind of risks are we up against on a device to device standpoint. And we can also use this type of scanner for OS fingerprinting, as well as seeing what type of firmware vulnerabilities that we may have. Now, when you're having your vulnerability scanner scan the network and it applies those vulnerabilities to the database and it comes back with a report, it will give you a scale on if it's a low risk or a critical risk, right? It's a scale from low to high, and you normally see these things called CVEs, and that's the common vulnerability exposure, and that's kind of the name of the vulnerability that's out there. And then the scoring system will be under the CVSS, which is a common vulnerability scoring system, and you'll normally see it as a scale from 1 to 0. A scale from 1 to 9, and the lower you are to 1, the more likely you could probably let that vulnerability slide. But the more you're getting up to your 7, 8s, and 9s, then you probably want to make sure that you seek the patch or whatever remediation that they will advise, and then apply it as soon as possible. Now, in some cases, you may want to test this patch out or test the remediation out first before you apply it within a production field or what have you. But to make sure that you don't just put every patch out there, and that's in certain cases. I would advise to always test your patches before you actually apply. When running vulnerability scans, we can have certain things that can cause a lot of problems. And sometimes we can have those scans that where they run smoothly, and these are where you hear the terms intrusive and non-intrusive come into play. So a non-intrusive scan will run fairly smooth. You have credentials, you have permissions to actually run on the network on those endpoint devices, and this is a lot of times where you'll see an endpoint actually sitting on the device itself. So you'll kind of look into your lower right hand corner of your, let's say, Windows PC, and you'll see an icon there that's kind of different, and it may be the icon from the vulnerability scanner that you're running on your network. So there it has the permission to go ahead and scan whatever's there on that box, right? So where a intrusive scan will come from a outsource, it will seem as an outsource source, right? And it's going to be loud and create havoc because it's not supposed to be there, and this can interfere with business processes and slow down the actual scanning process, but it also can slow down the production of a workday. So we want to make sure that we understand what type of scans we're going to do. We're just not going to go and get a vulnerability scanner for our network and then go to scanning, right? We want to test these things out, see how loud it is, how intrusive it is, and then tone it down to where we're able to scan, see our vulnerabilities, but at the same time be productive throughout the workday and work week. So when running vulnerability scans on your network, you have a option of having a credential or non-credential scan. So that means where we can preload those administrative passwords into certain folders or certain documents or applications that's on the network. So whenever the vulnerability is scanning, it doesn't check that part. It has the permission to go ahead and get past the login portion and then scan that folder, which can create a more smoother scan for you and be less intrusive, but it doesn't give you a hacker's point of view, right? So if you have things in place to where that person needs to brute force and a password on that folder or what have you, then it's a lot more louder whenever they're running that brute force type of attack on your network. So therefore you can have other things come in and swoop in and cancel out that action if necessary. So just kind of things to keep in mind whenever running those type of scans. You want to make it as real as possible, but at the same time keep the business in mind to where if running those type of scans is noisy and it creates issues throughout the business day, you might want to go ahead and make it a credential type of scan to make it less intrusive and make it smooth for the business operations. Now, I did want to come and say that the vulnerability scanners are not perfect by no means. They do, from a time to time, have false positives and then false negatives. Of course, we don't want to have false negatives, but we rather tone down the false positives and have no false negatives. So a false positive is that it's something that we are aware of, or it's not a actual problem, but the system alerts on it, right? Well, a false negative is something that is a problem, but the machine doesn't alert on it. So again, far worse than a false positive, even though in some cases you may have a machine that flags a whole bunch of stuff to be a false positive, where that may be annoying. It's still not as dangerous as having a false negative where you don't even know if there's a problem there because it didn't see it as a problem. And so when we put our trust into that type of scan, making sure that you have little to no false negatives is very important. So let's go a little deeper into penetration testing, pen test for short, also known as ethical hacking. And that's where you're testing your security posture, like I said, to see what's already there and then actually putting pressure against it, seeing if the configurations are doing their job, right? It's the actual appliance that we put in place. Is it actually blocking anything? The credentials that we put here, since we changed it, is it vulnerable to being brute forced, things of that nature. And a lot of times we have third-party vendors come in and strike a contract with a company and then actually perform a pen test, to give them to give the company a better understanding of how the security posture is. So if I have a third-party vendor come in and they could take the position of a outsider, a hacker, right? And be able, if they can go from having nothing to actually being on the network, then they can give us a report after the whole test is over, and then we can go back and say, hey, we need to address these different problems because he was just a normal guy on the street, and now he was on our network looking at all our folders and different type of data that we wanted to keep concealed. So pen testing is a very important part. I would say it needs to happen about at least once a year, annually, and it's always, since your network, your business is constantly changing. Pen tests are needed on an annual basis in order to shift and form that security posture with it. So staying with the example of a third party coming in, and they strike that contract up to say, hey, I'm going to do a pen test for you. They need to set the ground rules of how do we actually engage each other, right? So the rules of engagement may go from the time that they start to what devices and, let's say, servers you can't touch. Will you give them full access? Will you give them credentials to be on the network? Are you going to say, hey, start from the parking lot and work your way in the best way you can? And when I give hard examples like that, when I give the person nothing to work with and actually have them try to get onto the network, that's from a black box standpoint. And when I give them, let's say if we bring someone in and then we give them a credential, we give them a username and password, and we just say, hey, you can only stay within this domain, and these are the folders you can only mess with, then I'm giving you more of a white box type of gateway into our network. And then a gray box is where I give you some information. Hey, this is our Wi-Fi name, but I don't give you a password. These are our employees. This is what our badges look like. So I'm giving you some information, but I don't give you everything on how to actually get in and then onto the network. That's more of a gray box, right? And so from these different standpoints, it's better to come from a black box standpoint, because you get a more accurate report of where you're vulnerable at and then where we can actually make those changes at. The problem is that these vulnerability, these pen tests happen during business hours, and you don't want to lose productivity because we're testing the network, or we're testing policies, or we're testing users, and it causes an inconvenience. So your higher ups may be against that type of training during business hours, but in order to get a real live good sense of it, you might want to have it done during business hours. But that's something that you and your business can sit down and hash out. But on the other hand, some companies have enough money to actually have a penetration team within the organization. So that's the only thing they do, is that they break up into these kind of different teams, and then they all are responsible for doing their role. So let's go through the different types of teams that you may see on your pen testers within the company. So you have your red team, and they're going to probably be on a offensive role, that's actually performing the attacks. making sure that, hey, we know where we want to go, we know what our goal is, our flag to capture, so to say, and then we're going to go about attacking the company in this way. Our blue teams is going to be on the defensive side, where, okay, that's going to be probably, pretending to be your security analyst, and so forth, to make sure that they have things in place, defenses set up in order to see the attacks or be alerted of the attacks and then actually react to them. Then you have your white teams. Your white teams are probably going to be your officiators over the whole exercise. So they will have the boundaries of where things can go and how long it can take. Now, again, I'm not a fan of having rules in this type of war, because in real life, attackers don't care about rules. It's about getting the main objective done. But anyway, I digress. Purple teams will set up the actual collaboration between the two different teams and actually come up with the lesson learns after the fact. So you can have these different teams break up into this one big department, break up into different teams, and we can actually play scenarios of how we can actually see the vulnerabilities and then attack, how are they being attacked, and then what are we doing to remediate. Now, a pen tester might use some of this, once they get their engagement rules, they may go about doing reconnaissance in different types of ways, right? I think the most popular way is to just do a social engineering attack, where I just kind of take someone out to lunch, or I just have kind of like this water cooler talk within the business about what's going on, and then try to maneuver my way around them to see avenues on where I can get onto the network. You can also do like a scans, like we talked earlier about different scans to create a footprint of the network, and then make your entry that way. We can use open source intelligence, and this is your simple pulling up a web browser, Googling whoever, and seeing how much information is out there. You'll be surprised about how much information you can just find off of a simple Google search, or searching on your favorite social media website. I tell you, a good place to go is LinkedIn. And if you're doing a pen test, why not be able to, look at everybody who works at that place, as well as they'll give you a full rundown on the business profile page. So you could do a lot of reconnaissance there. And then once you have your information of how you want to attack, then we can, go deeper into how to exploit each entryway that's possible, right? And then hopefully, from a pen tester's point of view, or from a hacker point of view, one of those things are open, and then it's on to the next level, right? So I want to make sure that when I say that hackers and pen testers are looking for one way of getting in, then one way of traversing, and then one way of opening files, when they go from one section to another section to another section, it's kind of like we need to have defenses there for each level that they get to. This is what we call defense in depth. So it's not just having your firewall up in place. It's not just having your networks sectored off in the VLANs. It's not just having your antivirus on your PC. Is having all of these things in different possible places, because you never know where somebody is going to pick up and say, hey, I'm gonna start my intrusion here. So like I was saying before, having that defensive depth will pretty much handle a pen test pretty good, because just like this life cycle where you want to have a foothold to the exploit, you want to actually do some persistence, have that privilege edge of escalation, lateral movement if possible, pivoting if possible. All these things can be remediated if we have certain policies in place, certain configurations in place, and certain infrastructure standpoints in place, to where it makes a pen tester even more, having his life or her life be even more tougher, because they just can't go and do whatever on the network, and then you really never made it hard for them to, you know, get to the goal of seeing the HR department server. So we need to put things in place in order to eliminate, at least one of these actions, right? Where even if you're able to get onto the network, that I don't need for you to compromise an account and making sure that Gary from the mailroom has admin accounts or admin privileges to where he can see anything that's on the network. So it plays a hand in hand when you start planning for, or you see the reports that come from a pen test, that we can put these things into play, and that we can actually put those things to modify our security posture to become more secure. So in summary, we went over a multitude of things. Thank you for sticking with me on that. But we started off talking about reconnaissance tools such as Wireshark, Nmap, NSLOOKUP, Metasploit. We also talked about patch management, being able to understand our vulnerabilities and then applying patches whenever we have tested and actually need to put out there in the production field. We also talked about different vulnerabilities, not just physical, not just software. It could be social. It could be, when I say social, I mean more people. It could be, those are our vulnerabilities. How do we coach up people to have a better security posture and have a better security awareness about them? We also talked about pen testing and the importance of seeing it from a hacker's point of view, and how do we actually put defense in depth in order to make their lives a little bit harder when it comes to getting onto our network and traversing around. So I would say to go over this section several times over, and I'll see you in the next lesson.
Our first